And I think we're live. Howdy, how people. Tommy here. The late Truth Talk Show, Friday edition. Maybe the last edition. All right. I have a lot of stuff to go over and share. Yeah, sure do. I do. I swear. Why don't we start off with some ODD TV, just real quick. Yeah, let's do that. I have one pulled up here. There we go.
Very nice thing to see is a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late, and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like the Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Even good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late, and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you
Hey,
better
Real Truth.
obey.
Thanks, guys, for being here at PRD.
Criminals using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live in America. They track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth, but it's too late, and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just get back, cause there's nothing we can do.
Oh. YouTube sucks. YouTube blows. a bunch of NWO hoes. Alrighty then. I love OVD2D. And any other truther band, truther music, truther artists. Hope you guys are doing good. You're up late or up early. So. Alrighty then. Might get the stream pulled down for playing this, but I don't know. For some reason I want to play it. It's apparently a deleted scene from the Truman Show. Watch them pull it down.
Hey, Marlon.
Yeah?
Do you really think this could have fallen off an airliner?
Oh, yeah, sure. Talented. Too bad it didn't hit you. Could have sued. Hey, you coming for a drink?
No.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Hello. How do?
How's it going, Truman? Not bad.
I just won the state lottery.
Good, good.
Tyrone, what would you do if I said I didn't want you all today?
I'd ask for identification. See you tomorrow, Truman.
Probably.
I'd like to know what that is right there. He's looking at it. I can't make it out. It looks like a map, some kind.
Right.
Remember that guy's face.
Everybody just stay focused. Remember who you are.
They're not social distancing. Oh. Yeah, they're watching you.
Hey! It's you, isn't it? Excuse me. Remember me? 2 days ago, I gave you my meatball sandwich in the park. You were in a wheelchair.
Got the wrong guy, buddy.
It's a miracle!
I'm half lit and probably going to crash. I hear you. I should have crashed earlier. Yeah, it is a great movie. Oh, dear. All right, where are we going next? I had a bunch of shit to share, but I didn't put it in order, so it's like, where do I share next? I'm not with it too much tonight, guys. Or anymore, I don't think. All right, so fusion centers. I'm sure you've all heard of fusion centers. They're definitely real, and they're data collectors. They collect all data from that they can from our lives, our digital lives, and so on, and from cameras and so on. And they use that against us when they can, and they track us and all that good stuff. Check this out. This is San Antonio Fusion Center talking about how they're using this technology called ArcGIS. ArcGIS. Okay. To help them fight crime and stuff. ESRI.
Fusion Center is kind of a consortium of different entities within the public safety sector. So we have police resources, fire resources, state and federal resources that all come together to share information and deal with issues that happen within our particular community, within our particular area of responsibility.
Originally, fusion centers kind of started off in the country as a intel branch for the police departments in order to share information. I think in recent years, they've really grown to understand the all hazards approach to adding other agencies outside of the infrastructure.
So ultimately, the problem that we've had year after year is how do you keep track of foot-based personnel during a large-scale event? We had a problem several years ago during one of our Fiesta parades. We had a crowd of people that were gathering around somebody who had been overcome by the heat. So they were unconscious on the ground. Our police officers that were near the scene thought something else was happening, so they rushed to the scene, pushed some people out of the way, and kind of made
Of course they did, because they're bullies.
Made a fuss when it was actually just a medical event. So they rushed in thinking it was something else like a fight, and it actually caused more problems than it solved. So what we were trying to overcome was getting that situational awareness to those people in the field.
That's what the technology provides. It allows you to filter out what you don't need.
See, but they bring in all this technology that's used to track you, me, and our every steps. But they give you these little sob stories of why we need it, why it's so necessary. Oh, somebody was trampled, and oh, the police hurt some people when they didn't have to hurt them. so on, so on. Let's just track everybody 24/7 and everything will work out. And we can mark who's good and who's bad. Watch.
So that that picture isn't as noisy. And everybody has a different focus. Fire's focus is more the patient care. Police focus is security. Federal agencies are looking at the investigation and the follow-up. Yet we're all looking at the same picture just through a different set of eyes. This software, this technology allows us to do that and still be on the same common operating picture.
It's China's bullshit being implemented here.
When the NCAA men's basketball tournament came to San Antonio, I had just recently taken over special event planning. For me, the focus for me was being able to manage those multiple incidents where we had the music fest going on outside, the fan fest inside our convention center, and then the games.
It was a 4-day tournament that was hosted within our city, and it presented a variety of different security concerns. Plus, we're trying to leverage the technology that Esri provides to manage and secure the event, and also
Jay Glass. His ass is weak as glass.
keep track of all of our public safety personnel that were deployed throughout the events and throughout the footprints. The addition of the mobile apps, the ArcGIS Online, the Workforce app that we put on to the phones that we deployed during the event, that all worked seamlessly because we had all that Esri background. The benefit of having the Workforce app on the phones was you had a map in your pocket. Not only could you see where you were because you appeared as a blue dot on the map, but you could also see where everybody else was around you, which was very beneficial.
If you're not a blue dot, sorry for you.
Specifically at the tournament, we had lost children. We had suspicious packages. Like I said, we dealt with those. Like we had people who were trying to get in, scalp tickets. The kids was a really important one because that was huge and it happened really fast. Before, they'd walk up to a uniform. Firemen, policemen, didn't matter, and say, hey, I'm lost. When we created these network of phones and they could take a picture, they sent it to everybody. Everybody instantly knew this kid was lost. So when a parent went to a police officer and said, hey, my son's missing, he would go, does he look like this? And that's my kid. Okay, he's over here. And then they used the technology to say, this officer has him on this dot, I'll take you right to him. And they would take that parent right to the child. So what used to take an hour and a half.
Minority Report.
Real worry for a parent, we're cutting down, to minutes of just like, hey, here they are.
ESRI, the science of where. Imagine that. I'll come back to that. So here's some pictures of the fusion centers. Fusion Center of Illinois, Texas. Saw one earlier in Kentucky. All different places. Big command centers where they have all kinds of software and AI. Here you go. Here, there's Kentucky. Look how big Kentucky's Homeland Security Fusion Center is. Oh yeah, you got a big one. A lot of money and resources used to track us. Because so that I was led to that from this article, Smart Policing, which is policing. Smart Policing gets a boost from Enterprise GIS. See, there's that GIS again, that software. Just make sure we're still going. Yeah, I'm on the wrong plane too. All right, so where are we at? Smart Policing. All right, so St. Petersburg, Florida modernizes and improves policing methods with ArcGIS technology. For years, the police department in St. Petersburg, Florida, relied on paper and spreadsheets to fight crime. Imagine that. Welcome to the Minority Report, St. Petersburg. So I'm not going to read this whole thing. It's huge, but they can track you, your mama, your daddy, your brother, your, whatever, your baby daddy, your baby mama. They can track. All right, let's just say they go and arrest a drug dealer at his house. He gets out, maybe does his time, whatever, and goes back to drug dealing. Well, when their system starts seeing cars, multiple cars, all the time going to that address that was known for drugs, again, yeah, they start looking into that real quick because they're like, this guy's back to drug dealing. Okay, anyway, so here is ESRI. It's a Geographic Information System Company. ESRI is an international supplier of geographic information system software, web GIS, and geodatabase management applications. The company is headquarters in Redlands, California. The company was founded as an environmental systems research institute, imagine that, in 1969, and as a land use consulting firm. Sounds like a CIA front to me. Exactly what it sounds like. But NSA, CIA. Oh yeah. So the founder, Jack Dangermond and Laura Dangermond. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. These people want to track you, whether you're a drug dealer or not. They want to track you and eventually tax you for every step you take, every fart you make. Yeah, you get it. Okay. Oops. I didn't do that. All right, so here we go. COVID-19 support for response and recovery. Oh yeah, they got you covered, COVID. Pioneering ARC GIS, powerful mapping and analytics software. Do you see where this is going? They're definitely going to track people with coronavirus. Yeah. Are you going to be a green dot for corona? Whatever color they choose? Not me, because I'm not getting tested and I'm not getting no vaccine. Oh dear. So yeah, this is what they're doing, using some real crazy shit. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is dashboard gives geographic perspective to coronavirus. Yeah, that's okay, yeah, that's where I found the smart policing from that, and I still want to read a little bit on that too. I just want to see if there's any other ones. In cities across America, ESRI partners improve efficiency and help every police department and Fusion Center track you better. Yeah, sounds great. Not okay. And so here we go. I wanted to read a little more on that. Armed with this analysis, police officers patrolled the risk area identified in the prediction and encountered the suspects. Oh, yes, that's right. Here we go. Whoops, let me back up. Hold on. You can't make this up, except for in the Minority Report. The data to make the prediction was required from records management system where detailed accounts of crime around each marker meteor location were documented, like I was talking about. Yeah. Whatever. The police have been to your house before for any reason. All right. So, or you've been marked. If you're targeted, we'll use this. But so analysis then geocoded each parking meter location in the ARC GSI Pro and subsequently published the content as hosted a feature layer in the ARC GSI Enterprise. All right. Armed with that, police officers patrolled the risk area, identified the prediction, and encountered the suspects who were arrested. Yeah, I mean, this is Minority Report. It's totally. It's nuts. It's nuts. There's some other part I wanted to read too. But, canvassing a neighborhood no longer requires a 6-foot long paper map and tons of hard to decipher markings, said Kevin. Oh boy, because they've just got it all now. They can just see and do it so quickly. Okay, so yeah, remember that company. Okay, look at this. The coronavirus becomes a battle cry for U.S. extremists. White supremacists seek to stoke the fear and disruption caused by the pandemic to push their agenda and to recruit. Imagine that. America's extremists are attempting to turn the coronavirus pandemic into a potent recruiting tool, both in the deep corners of the internet and on the streets of the state capitals, by twisting the public health crisis to bolster their white supremacist anti-government agenda. So yeah, although the protests that have broken out across the country have drawn out a wide variety of people pressing to lift the stay-at-home orders, the presence of extremists cannot be missed, with their anti-immigrant and anti-Semitic signs and coded messages aimed at inspiring the faithful, say those who track such movements, like the fusion centers, of course. This is how I got to this. Anyway, April is typically a busy month for white supremacists. There is Hitler's birthday, which they contort into a celebration. There is the anniversary of the Oklahoma City fake bombing. Well, playing false flag there, all that. The domestic attack, inside job, 25 years ago that they say killed 168 people and serves as a rallying cry for new extremist recruits. But this April, something else overshadowed those chilling milestones. It was the coronavirus and the disruption it wreaked on society that became the extremist battle cry. Embellishing COVID-19 developments to fit their usual agenda, extremists spread disinformation on the transmission of the virus, and disparage stay-at-home orders as medical martial law, the long-anticipated advent of a totalitarian state, They are being very effective in capitalizing on the pandemic, said Devin Burgfart, a veteran researcher of white nationalists who runs the Institute for Research and Education on Human Rights, a Seattle-based research center on far-right movements. What success the groups have had in finding fresh recruits is not yet clear, but new research indicates a significant jump in people consuming extremist material while under lockdown. Various violent incidents have been linked to white supremacists or anti-government perpetrators, enraged over aspects of the pandemic. You notice how they're trying to put white supremacists and anti-government perpetrators in the same thing there, you know? Yeah, that's that. Well, I'm not racist at all, so they can hang that up. I don't know too many racists, or I definitely don't hang out with any racists or supremacists, you know, for that matter. Certainly not. Anyway. The New Jersey Office of Homeland Security, which is Fusion Center and Preparedness, said, fancy name for Fusion Center, said in March that white supremacists have encouraged followers to conduct attacks during the crisis to incite fear and target ethnic minorities and immigrants. We've noticed domestic extremists groups taking advantage of COVID-19 pandemic by spreading disinformation. No, y'all are the ones with disinformation. Anyway, Jared M. Maples, its director, said in a statement that coronavirus has been dismissed as a hoax. Yes, it is. Painted as a Jewish-run conspiracy, could be, and alternatively described as a disease spread by non-white immigrants, and I don't know about that one. Y'all are crazy. Last month, the Department of Homeland Security warned law enforcement officials throughout the United States of mobilization of violent extremists in response to stay-at-home measures. Yeah. According to a senior law enforcement official and a congressional staff member who were not authorized to discuss the warning publicly. Of course not. Oh, boy. The latest corona outbreak. Let's see. Pence's press secretary has tested. Oh, yeah, we do that. All right. A department memo dated April 23rd noted that recent arrests of individuals who had threatened government officials imposing coronavirus-related regulations. The memo was distributed by to law enforcement fusion centers. There you go, fusion centers. See, that counter terrorism nationwide, and to congressional committees. The official said, extremist organizations habitually try to exploit any crisis to their further aims. While monolithic, a spectrum of organizations from anti-immigrant groups to those with a variety of grievances and those that overtly espouse violence found something to like about the coronavirus. Good grief, man. This is stupid. They view it as a chance to turn people, said Megan Squire, a professor at Elon University in North Carolina who tracks online extremist chatter. New material spouts regularly on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Really? Because I thought they pulled that shit. They didn't allow that kind of stuff. While those who exiled from mainstream platforms migrate to less policed venues, including Telegram, Reddit, 4chan, and gaming sites, which I'm not on any of those. I don't know. One subculture known as accelerationists lives in constant expectations of a race war that will topple the federal government. The pandemic became the latest in the long line of possible igniters. Some labeled their expected second civil war the Boogaloo, and Never heard of that. And experts have tracked a spike in interest in the term on social media, plus a proliferation of advice on how to prepare. Well, I'm not Googling that term. Anyway, the name is a pop culture reference derived from a 1984 movie flop that became a cult a classic called Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo. It went through various mutations and emerged sometimes as the Big Igloo or the Big Luau. Wow. That is why adherents sometimes wear Hawaiian shirts, say those. Wow. Many such shirts were in evidence when armed protesters stormed the state capitol in Lansing, Michigan, Thursday, and they appeared in rallies across the country. Oh boy. What the hell is this shit? Oh, what? Only. Man, there's just so much money being wasted tracking this garbage. There is special concern that impressionable adolescents, bored and spending countless hours online, will be swayed by the hateful material. I'm sorry. It's unbelievable. I'm gonna put the link in there. If y'all want to read this, this is nuts. But crazy town. So, AI predicts new COVID-19 drugs. New commercial COVID-19 command center. Woo! They're going to use AI to figure out what drugs, what toxic, crappy drugs they're going to give people for COVID. Isn't that nice of them? They trust AI for everything else. So, new research on COVID-19. This has come out yesterday. Today, but May 8th. But anyway, new research on COVID-19 treatments and vaccines from worldwide researchers at Northwestern University, MC University Medical Center, the Russian Academy of Sciences, lovely, the University of Southern California, and more. Sama Technologies and Index AI launched the COVID-19 Command Center and AI and supercomputing technologies flag new drugs. We round up a week's research and industry's news for COVID-19. All right, so Northwestern University researchers have developed a tool powered by artificial intelligence to speed up the search for COVID-19 treatments and vaccines. So nice. Not by prioritizing resources for the most promising studies and ignoring the research that is unlikely to yield benefits. none of it's going to yield benefits. I can tell you that right now. Scientists have traditionally relied on the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency's I can't even say that right now. Confidence in open research and evidence. DARPA score. I knew DARPA was going to be in there somewhere. As I was reading that, I was like, that sounds like DARPA. It is DARPA. Okay, yeah, that's what it was saying. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Yeah, that's DARPA. Yeah, okay, duh. So, of course they're going to throw DARPA. DARPA's involved with everything that has to do with the beast system too. We don't talk about that much, but no technology for it. All right, so which is based on an expert opinion, so it got a score from them. How likely research studies are to be replicable, a process that takes an average of 314 days. All right, so yeah, craziness. New high resolution cryo instructional information about that drug, that one drug, whatever. The German Primate Center, Institute of Gene Biology of Russian Academy of Sciences. Yeah, bunch of propaganda and crap. I don't want nothing to do with any of it in my body. This is 9 years ago. This is Fusion Center's propaganda. I'm watching that if you know it.
If everyone would begin to grab your seats, please. Feel free to grab a cup of coffee in Danish, bring it to your table.
Get your donut, bitches. Look at this turd.
I mean, this is, I'm overwhelmed by the attendance here today.
Yeah, because you got a bunch of yes men and women loyal to the freaking beast system and New World Order system. Overwhelmed how many NWO hoes we could get here today.
And I know that our co-hosts are as well. So many of you have traveled from some distances. I think this is the most number of outside of Washington, D.C. people we've ever had in one room at CSIS. So we're absolutely thrilled to have everyone here. And we're very thrilled, obviously, to have to Bart Johnson here, and I'll talk more about him in a second. But everyone, welcome to CSIS. My name is Rick Ozzie Nelson, and I'm the director of the Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Program here at the center. This event today is co-hosted, and it's kind of unique. We usually don't do events like this. We usually get a sponsor, and it's usually one institution. But the topic of Fusion Center has been something that I've been wrestling with, and our co-hosts have as well. And the three of us felt that it was important for us just to go out and be a little forward-leaning. I can use that word, Washington, D.C., those words, forward-leaning on this. So our co-host today, the Homeland Security and Studies and Analysis Institute, HSI, and then the Homeland Security Engineering Development Institute from MITRE. Now, I have to explain how to get this right, so they'll excuse me if I don't get this right. But HSI is the FFRDC, one of the FFRDCs for DHS that focuses on studies and analysis. And SETI, out of MITRE, is the one that focuses on systems engineering, FFRDC. CSIS, we're just one of these DC think tanks. So we bring the
just another alphabet freaking agency of one of millions they have to spend our money with,
FFRDCs,
track us and enslave us and kill us if possible.
Help us pretend we're smart. But I want to go ahead and thank our partners from HSI. Is Phil Anderson and Matt Phillips. Is Matt here? Did he not make it? Where's Matt? Okay, Matt. And then from SETI, Kim Warren, Ken Rapuano, Leslie Anderson, Barbara, Jeff Sands, I think are all over at this table here. So this is, even though I'm up here doing the talking and stealing the oxygen, these folks at the front tables here are the ones that put most of this behind this. So, in recent years, a number of local governments with DHS have established a number of fusion centers, 72, correct? That's where we are.
72. This was 9 years ago. I bet you there's a lot more now.
Idea of enhancing information and intelligence sharing within the jurisdictions and within departments and agencies of the federal government. Obviously, with the things that we struggle with is the value proposition. What is the value proposition of these fusion centers for the federal government isn't always in line with the value proposition of these fusion centers are for the state and local governments. But I personally believe that these fusion centers have the potential to be critical assets across the state, local, and federal governments from a variety of factors. And some of the things we have to get to make these fusion centers work, and the issues we're going to explore today, are what are those items? It's nice to say that we need to share information, but we have some really difficult problems that Bart's going to address here, and some of the panels are going to address. And it's getting to the time now where, again, a lot of folks are dealing with these issues, but to make them successful, especially in these budget tightened environments, we need to start drilling down into what those issues are and how we can best move forward on doing that. But we have 3 panels today. Each of the organizations is responsible for one, and we're going to kind of do the top-down approach. I don't like that, but that's just kind of how it planned out. CSIS will be sponsoring the first panel. The titles are in front of you, and there we want to look at more of the strategic vision of what the fusion centers are. Then HSI will lead one more on the policy and the integration level. And then lastly today, is probably the one that will get really into the nuts and bolts, is going to be the SETI folks, where they're going to lead a panel on technology. So when you're asking your questions, we try to get panelists that can focus on those themes, kind of keep your questions focused on those panels. So first question, when you talk about technology, let's leave that for the third panel. But enough of that. We're webcast today for at least the first part of the event. I'm going to go ahead and introduce someone who's been here numerous times.
Yeah, the first part.
I'm grateful, and I know that John Hamry is. Bart Johnson, the Principal Deputy Undersecretary for Intelligence
Deborah,
Analysis at the
I haven't
Department
been
of
paying
Homeland
attention.
Security. Bart is
Thank
going
you
to
for- thank you for listening.
keynote. He's responsible for providing
So yeah, this is propaganda for their stupid minority report fusion centers. I put the link in there if y'all want to watch some more of that. You got a video over here, future of fusion centers, potential promises and dangers. So that was somebody talking on in Congress or whatever, probably the House of Representatives on it. But yeah, fusion centers have been a threat to our freedom for a while now. Alright, so let's go to oh yes, that's right. We were going to watch that. Or let's see. Let me share this real quick. These idiots. They're never going to stop with their Tower of Babel shit crap. Uh-oh, where'd it go? They might have pulled that. It didn't play. That's weird. Maybe try it again. There it is.
On May 27th, SpaceX plans to launch two
This lady here is a NASA lover too, man. Sweet retarded.
NASA astronauts into space, where they will then board the International Space Station. It'll be the first time in almost a decade that we've sent people into space from our own soil. So I, for one, am very excited. However, it still costs tens of millions of dollars for every metric ton we send into space. And it's not rainbows and unicorn farts shooting those rockets up there. It's good old-fashioned fossil fuel. So if we're going to get serious about industrializing space, we're going to have to think about a more sustainable way than rockets to get there and back. Which is why I was very, very excited when one of my Google alerts went off about one of my favorite search terms, the good old space elevator. The idea of building an elevator or other structure that goes from the surface of the Earth all the way up into space has been around for a long time. One Russian scientist started talking about it way back in 1895 after being inspired by the Eiffel Tower. Since then, the idea for a space elevator has shown up in both science fiction and scientific communities again and again. In 2002, NASA released a study explaining how a cable with a space station counterweight could serve as a viable space elevator. In 2014, a report by the International Academy of Astronautics proposed another model for using a ribbon held down by an anchor. Bullshit! In 2016, a study published in New Space predicted that the material needed to make this ribbon or cable would be ready by 2030. And a few days ago, my Google alert pinged me to let me know that
by 2030, imagine that.
Scientists are indeed getting closer to that reality. In an article published in Physics World entitled Diamond Nanothreads Could Beat Batteries for Energy Storage, theoretical study suggests, scientists discuss their work with
diamonds in the sky,
like carbon nanothreads. The article discusses how these 1D structures of carbon atoms could be used to store energy and replace batteries. But in the article, they also discuss how strong these carbon nanothreads are, strong enough even perhaps to create a space elevator. And the more the scientists study these threads, the closer we might actually get to seriously building a space elevator. And that makes me very, very excited. Because we all know that eventually, if we want to survive indefinitely as a species, we're going to have to get off this very beautiful but very unstable rock, one way or another. We could be blasted off of it in a direct hit by a huge asteroid. We could be burned off of it by the dying sun.
Yeah.
It could happen in lots of ways. But me personally, I'd rather just take a good old-fashioned elevator.
Yeah. What a turd. What a joke. Alrighty then, let's see what else we got here. Back to that. This is all the Jared Cruiser. Okay, hang on, bear with me. Still looking for it. Oh, yeah. Nope, that's wrong. I saw that. Fine. Hang on.
There are a number of parallels between Jared Kushner and his father-in-law, President Donald Trump. Like Trump, Kushner was born to a wealthy real estate developer. They were both born just outside of the upper crust Manhattan elite, with Trump in Queens and Kushner in New Jersey. And both were handed the keys to their family's lucrative businesses and then took the opportunity to aggressively expand their empires. And now, President Trump has made Kushner his most trusted advisor in the White House. This is Jared Kushner's path from real estate titan to media mogul to the president's right-hand man. The soft-spoken 36-year-old, Kushner was born in 1981 in Livingston, New Jersey, the son of Charles Kushner, a prominent real estate developer, and the grandson of Ray and Joseph Kushner, both Holocaust survivors. Kushner graduated cum laude from Harvard in 2003 with a bachelor's in sociology. He went on to earn his MBA and Juris Doctorate from New York University. Between Harvard and NYU, Jared took over Kushner Companies after his father, Charles, got into some legal trouble.
He wound up doing that sooner than expected, I guess in his early 20s when his father was convicted of trying to set up his brother-in-law in sort of a criminal sort of scam. He was prosecuted by Chris Christie, and so Jared kind of took over.
That's Devin Leonard.
I'm a staff writer at Bloomberg Businessweek.
Jared didn't just run the company, but aggressively expanded it. Kushner shifted the focus of his family business from New Jersey to Manhattan, purchasing almost $7 billion in property in less than a decade, mostly in New York City. And he didn't just buy real estate. In 2006, he also purchased the New York Observer for what was widely reported to be $10 million, further cementing his status and influence in New York, now as a media power player.
When Jared did that, overnight, he went from being son of a convicted felon to an aspiring sort of New York press lord. And some people would say sort of laundered the family name by doing that.
But the prized possession for Kushner Companies came in 2007, when Jared purchased 666 Fifth Avenue for what was at the time the highest price ever for a single building in New York.
Once Charles went to jail and they said they had to reinvent the company and sort of reposition the company, it was easy to do, just cross the river and do that in Manhattan. He sold all this property in New Jersey and invested big time in New York.
Kushner's next move, while having nothing to do with the business, was probably the most influential decision in his life. He married Ivanka Trump in 2009. And when the Kushner clan and Trump clan became united, they became front-page tabloid fodder. Kushner became a huge asset to Trump throughout the campaign. He used his own network to help Trump set up meetings with powerful donors and allies. He was a liaison between Trump and the Jewish community, even writing Trump's AIPAC speech.
We will move the American embassy to the eternal capital of the Jewish people, Jerusalem.
So when Trump was elected and Kushner was named his senior advisor, not many were surprised. But ethics experts objected, citing nepotism laws created in the 60s from JFK trying to make Robert Kennedy his attorney general. So as Trump's presidency continues to take shape, Kushner has taken over several diplomatic and advisory roles in his administration. And with no prior political experience, every move Kushner makes will be watched very closely.
Did you see what I saw? Hold up. Back it up. Wow. Back it up. Back it up.
Prior political experience, every move.
Look at there. Red stripe under the stars, folks. Look at that Mandela affected flag in the background here. Red stripe under the stars, not white. Check it out. Check it out. Woo! Right between Trump and the Antichrist, Jared Kushner, the Antichrist candidate. I mean,
Kushner makes will be watched very closely.
Imagine that. Can you imagine that?
I am so proud to be here today in Jerusalem,
Ooh, look at
the
the
eternal
snake.
heart of the Jewish people. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu and Sarah for being with us here today to celebrate this historic occasion.
I also
Thank
want
you
to
very
slither
much.
all over you people and bite you and suck your blood out.
This president delivered, because when President Trump
Serpent.
makes a promise, he keeps it. The United States stands with Israel because we both believe in freedom. We stand together because we both believe in human rights.
No, you don't.
This land is the only land in the Middle East in which Jews,
This land is
Muslims,
mine.
and Christians, and people of all faiths participate and worship freely according to their beliefs. Israel protects women's rights, freedom of speech, and the right of every individual to reach their God-given potential. making the world a healthier, safer, and more prosperous place.
Bullshit!
These are the blessings we hope Israel can one day share with its neighbors. As we have seen from the protests of the last month and even today, those provoking violence are part of the problem and not part of the solution. When nations fail to recognize right from wrong and the decisive power America has to tip the scales in favor of the righteous.
Chris Christie's team discovered something else, that Charles Kushner had attempted to blackmail a federal witness using a prostitute as bait.
I am confident that as a result, our
They all
nations
do
will be
that.
stronger, our peoples more prosperous. May God bless you. May God bless Israel. May God bless the United States of America.
Went to find Jared
Not with you
Kushner
people,
to ask
George.
him what his plans were. Walk into the office at 666 Fifth Avenue with his parents, who was offering no clues.
So you think you're going to get a job in the White House?
The disarming smile gave nothing away.
Jared Kushner is now inside his company headquarters.
I feel like most people don't even know what Jared Kushner sounds like, even though he's so influential now, because he rarely talks to the press. The only interviews we could find online didn't have anything to do with national policy. It was just Kushner discussing his real estate business.
Just 1 year ago, Jared Kushner was a nobody, at least as far as U.S. politics was concerned.
Forbes magazine trumpeting on their cover the man they credit with Donald Trump's victory, President-elect's own son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
Covering reaction to Trump's win.
People said they were shocked, stunned. One man told us that this was all messed up.
Trump has said Kushner could even play a key part in the Middle East peace process. While his role has fueled speculation, Kushner has quietly been taking steps to distance himself from his multi-billion-dollar real estate business, Kushner Companies.
Of all the financial titans and philanthropists of the 20th century, none are more complex or mysterious than George Soros. Like Carnegie, J.P. Morgan, and the Rockefellers, he amassed billions through ruthless business decisions.
Recapitalize the banks, and then work on a better world order, where we work together to resolve problems that confront humanity.
When George W. Bush was president, Soros said, "The main obstacle to a stable and just world order is the United States." When asked to explain, he answered, "By declaring a war on terror after September 11, we set the wrong agenda for the world." Think about that.
Well, I have
described him as an imposter and con man and a would-be dictator.
By the way, Thiel was a supporter of Trump. Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO, was not a supporter of Trump, but he recognized Jared Kushner's genius. He said, Jared Kushner is the biggest surprise of the 2016 election. Best I can tell, he actually ran the campaign and did it with essentially no resources.
Analysts say he's taken on more than any one person can handle.
Many of the portfolio positions that Jared Kushner has taken on have been ones that the brightest minds in government have not been able to fix.
That was the most shocking thing in the story, that Eric Schmidt, big backer of Hillary, and also helped her build her tech machine. If he's saying this is a big deal, watch this Kushner guy, I knew I had a story.
Jared Kushner, Man of Steel. Good joke. Man of Satan.
36-year-old Jared Kushner has no diplomatic experience, but he's become an envoy to foreign leaders, at times in place of the Secretary of State.
If you can't produce peace in the Middle East, nobody can.
President Trump declared that his son-in-law Jared Kushner could broker the toughest deal in the world, lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians.
Presidents just don't hire their family members. But Trump is doing more than that.
Senior advisor Jared Kushner is making his unannounced visit to Iraq with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
It's unusual Kushner would travel to Iraq before the Secretary of State, a sign of Kushner's growing influence.
Who is the real
particularly important to
Who is the real president? Damn it. Number one. Number two, Mike Pence's wife. Number three, Mike Pence. Number four, Steve Bannon. Number five, Trump Siri. Number six, Vladimir Putin. Number seven, President Donald Trump. Number eight, Satan. Number 9, Fox News. Number 10, whatever that is. Number 1 should be Satan and anybody loyal to him, but they're going to put Jared Kushner. Watch.
important to focus
Jared
with Kushner on this.
Yeah, so that's who's the real president of the United States. Now, I always kid around and say Mike Pence, but definitely you could put Jared Kushner there too, yes.
Idea that he is a power center all to himself.
He and wife Ivanka, both practicing Orthodox Jews, are seen as being more moderate than Trump and have reportedly softened the president's policies on gay marriage and child.
But no administration over the course of 4 decades has been able to solve the Arab-Israeli conflict. Barrett says with a new set of leaders in the Arab world wanting a solution, the timing is right.
Kushner played a key role in February's visit from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Can I reveal, Jared, how long we've known you?
Finessing the strained relationships with Mexico and working with the Canadian government are also Kushner projects, and he's now running a newly created office to integrate business ideas into the government.
Jared Kushner at the helm of a newly unveiled office called the White House Office of American Innovation.
We went to find Jared Kushner to ask him what his plans were. Walking to the office at 666 Fifth Avenue with his parents, he was offering no clues.
Mr. Kushner, you think you're going to get a job in the White House?
Have a good day. Thank you.
You're going to get a job?
And with that, we got to play. So keeping on the Jared Kushner theme, because I do see him playing a huge role in the beat system, one way or another.
Back in 2011, the world had not yet heard of Jared Kushner. But at the helm of his family business, he began buying up mid-range housing sites on the fringes of Rust Belt cities like Baltimore.
So this is the rent ledger for one of our tenants.
Some of these Kushner-owned complexes are now the focus of a class action lawsuit against its subsidiary, Westminster Management. The case has been brought by lawyer Andy Freeman.
That Westminster Management charges various fees associated with tenants paying late that they are not allowed to charge.
He says the multiple fees are illegal and they hit people who are already struggling.
Late fee 5%, but they're allowed to do that. Okay. But then they tack on top of that a $10 agent fee and a $20 summons fee, neither of which are they allowed to do.
Jared Kushner stepped down as CEO of Kushner Companies and his position at Westminster when he entered the White House in January 2017. But he is named in this suit as a defendant and member of the company.
Jared Kushner was still the owner.
So this is Dutch Village. And he took me to one of the Kushner-owned properties where some of his claimants were living. He explained that the fees created a vicious cycle. The need to pay them ensured monthly rent payments were even harder to meet, meaning another late payment and more fees.
It's greedy on a sort of petty small level. And the idea that on top of the rent that he's charging, which is a market rate of rent, that he needs to squeeze these last drops out to get another $82 here or $30 there is offensive and illegal.
Kushner Companies insist the fees are legal and in line with industry practices.
Amari. And that's Imani.
Simone Raya, a single mum of three, is one of the tenants involved in the class action. She lived in a Kushner property for a year before she says it all became too much.
Fuck Kushner.
I ended up leaving. I couldn't handle it anymore because I was missing more work going to court. And I'm like, how can I pay you if I'm always in court?
What does it make you feel about the way they treated the tenants?
It makes me feel horrible. It's like, I don't understand how they can be so cruel to people.
When Simone moved out, that wasn't the end of it. A £1,500 bill for damage she says she didn't do.
So after you became a claimant in this case and got involved with this case, they came back to you and said you had caused damage in the property even though after you left it.
Yes, and I've been gone for a while. They were fabricated. I feel like it was due to retaliation for the class action lawsuit.
What would you say to Jared Kushner if you saw him?
You're in the right house. Be a better role model.
Tell him to go to hell.
A world away, New York City is where the Kushners have really made their money. Jared's assets run into hundreds of millions, and the family's property portfolio is expanding across the city. One deal almost scuppered the business.
Purchased 12 years ago of 666 Fifth Avenue by the Kushner Companies was at the time the biggest real estate deal in the history of the city. Jared Kushner was heavily involved, but from early on there were huge financing problems with the building. which the family have sought a way out of ever since.
This was the Kushners announcing themselves in Manhattan with an eye-catching £1.4 billion deal. But they had problems renting office space and had to sell off parts of the building.
So was it a sense that Jared screwed up in a way?
Some people call it one of the worst real estate deals in New York history. 666 was really a pivotal piece. It's like the Jenga piece that if you pull it away, the whole thing collapses. For a while, it imperiled the entire business. So this weighed on Jared. I mean, this was his first big move into the city, him starting the new generation, Kushner 2.0.
But in 2015, with a huge unaffordable mortgage due in a few years, Jared joined the Donald Trump campaign team. All of a sudden, he was able to get meetings he'd never had before. And after Trump was elected, things got even better.
Jared was meeting with world leaders. The minute Jared appeared on the campaign trail, there was questions about conflicts of interest. Like, is he going to put his company's interests in a way that conflicts with the interests of his public policy duties?
Under scrutiny, a meeting between Jared and a company tied to the Chinese state. A deal for 666 was allegedly thrashed out.
So you think you're going to get a job in the White House?
Have a good day. Thank you. At the time, Jared had also been meeting Chinese government officials as Donald Trump's advisor. Details are featured in a new book, Kushner Inc., where insiders voiced concerns about Jared's role in the White House.
All his transition colleagues heard about this. They were horrified. Gary Cohn said to him, Jared, you realize that from now on, everything you do makes it look as if you are in government purely to enrich yourself. I think that is the appearance of corruption, George.
The White House, Jared Kushner, and Kushner Companies have all called the book fiction. The Chinese deal fell apart, but out of the blue in 2018, a deal was done with a Canadian firm whose major investor is the Qatari state.
We will eventually get to the bottom of what happened with 666 Fifth Avenue and why this lemon of a project suddenly became so attractive to a foreign government-connected investor.
Is it your suspicion that some of his activities in the White House may have led to that?
The conclusion seems almost irresistible that he was using his position within the Trump administration to continue to conduct various business pursuits.
Qatar says it has nothing to do with buying the building, but the deal has
Playing music. Yeah, and here's another one that talks about that deal with tied to Chinese government. With the Chinese government, the Chinese have been buying up, America, and especially New York. So there's that. I mean, of course, they're owning real estate and people are buying it from them or making deals with them. But yeah, crazy stuff. All right. Lucent Technologies. This was who was in 666. Part of it or whatever. This company was in it.
Alexander Graham Bell, Thomas Watson, Teddyville, George Campbell's wave filter, calling just ashore. Frank Jewett, Harold Black, negative feedback, television, fax machines, more. Hi-fi, talkie, movie sound, laying copper by the pound, systems engineering, quality control. Carl Jansky, Herbert Ives, Davison, Nobel Prize for speech synthesis. Beethoven and stereo, Bell Labs innovation, communication for the next generation. Bell Labs innovations, our contribution to the revolution. Holly Buckley mobile phones, radar doctors, GI loans, George Civet cellular, voice spectrography, Claude Shannon PCM, Richard Hamming, William Fan, Cracker Jack transistor team, Martin Bratton, Shockley, transatlantic cable light transistor on computer made, non-blocking network macro coding scheme, oxide masking solar cell transistors win the Nobel, Martin Charles won a team, they invent the laser beam, Bell Labs innovations, communication for the next generation, Bell Labs innovations, our contribution to the revolution. Really touch tone, electric microphone, LEDs, Telstar 1, digital transmission, long distance dialing, first ever paging, superconductivity, ion implantation, MBE, CCDs, magnetic bubble memories, Penzias and Wilson, hear the big bang noise, automated switchboards, ever moving forward, Jim Fisk, 20 switch, that's how it do.
Yeah, NASA too. It worked with NASA.
John Tukey, Colton Bits, Ken and Devil, Unix, Bill Baker, Quantum quantum wells and CBD.
Quantum.
Language commandeer, fiber optics will endure electron beam lithography and instant with Nobel 3. Link Hawkins, Amos Joel, Tom McChesney, Alfred Joe, packet data, Bell, Mac, WDM, transmitting over microwaves, solid time.
Transmitting over microwaves. I went down that rabbit hole today. You just heard him say it. Back it up.
UDM, transmitting over microwaves.
Transmitting over microwaves. Yep. Imagine that.
Solid times without the data, just is getting so small, you can't even see. Bell Labs Innovations, with communication for the next generation. Bell Labs Innovations, our contribution to the revolution. Cancer PSPs, all on one chip if you please. Penzias and Wilson win the Nobel Prize. Bell Lab gets a new boss by the name of Ian Ross. Lightweight goes long distance, cellular gets digitized. S language C++, reuse code without a pause. Femtosecond pulses, deep UV lithography. Software windows on a screen, gigabit transmission scene. Tunable lasers, programming that's sharp as a razor. Bell Labs Innovations, make communication for the next generation. Bell Labs Innovations, our contribution to the revolution. Megabits on a chip, first electro-optic switch, atom trapping microcells, HDTV, transatlantic lightweight cable, Bell Labs by John Mayo, neural networks, buckyball, super connectivity, Herbie and Yoke amplifiers, data nets without the wires, operating system, software methodologies, optical cross connects, and the owner president. Bell Labs spins off with Lucent technologies. Even mighty scalpels, feature waves, no bell transistors less than 200 atoms wide. X-ray, microprobe, imaging from below. Circuits on plastic, lasers that are bow tied. Internet telephony, microphones the size of fleas. Summer Laughlin Stew, we win a Nobel Prize. Free space optics, petabits, laser router, soft switch. Metro Valley is the help. Lucid stars on the rise. Bell Labs Innovations, make communication for the next generation. Bell Labs Innovations, losing contribution to the revolution.
Lucent Technology, Bell Labs Technology. Now it's owned by Nokia. It was owned by AT&T and others. Yeah, Nokia owns what was Lucent Technologies that was in 666 Fifth Avenue. Lucifer Technologies. And see here, 666 Lucent Technology, 6th floor. Recently, it was announced that AT&T has split into 3 separate companies. One of the 3, the company formerly known as Bell Laboratories, has been freshly renamed Lucent Technologies. In Lucent's press release for Inferno, a promotional quote by Peter Bernstein, not Bernstein, and not Berenstein, but Bernstein, president of Infonautics Consulting, wow, who praised Lucent software product with these words: Inferno is designed to take the chaos out of the electric Tower of Babel. You can't make this shit up, folks. It's all connected. Inferno is designed to take the chaos out of the electronic Tower of Babel. Think about that. Imagine that. All right. A whole 2 people tuning in. Woo! We hit the good time. Oh, dear. Anyway. Lucent's statement that Inferno, which is software made by Lucent, on the 6th floor at 666 Fifth Avenue. That was while it was owned by Jared Kushner. Okay, anyway, it says applications are written in new language called Limbo, which was designed specifically for Inferno software environment. Inferno, Limbo, where Inferno means hell and limbo is the act of being suspended in lower compartment of hell, awaiting judgment or punishment. Communication protocols designed in Lucent's Inferno software are called Styx. In pagan mythologies and religion, Styx is a synonym for the fiery brimstone underworld region where the devil resides. You can't make that up. Oh my goodness. In other words, hell. Lucent, Inferno, Limbo, Styx, all synonyms for hell. But combined with AT&T's choice for logo on the fiery red circle, prevalent and prominent in pagan and other dark cultures, these things do indeed arouse inquiry and suspicion. Such as intriguing in the USA Today article we read, AT&T hopes the name and logo, a red circle, will illuminate awareness. Illuminate. In the Bible, Lucifer is bequeathed the title, the son of morning. He is said often come disguised as the angel of light. He was anciently worshipped by pagans as the sun god, the illuminated one, the god of light. The circle itself represents their satanic deity, the great and fearsome solar serpent, who is pictured biting his own tail in the circle. The fiery red sun, or circle, in his image. The Holy Scriptures reveal him as the great red dragon and his global system as the scarlet beast. How interesting that the logo for the Lucent Technologies is a red circle. Modern day New Age and Freemason groups continue this ancient glorification of Lucifer. One prominent New Age organization is Lucis Trust. Its founder, Alice Bailey, held the Horn One as bringer of light, the shining one. He is, she trumpeted, the illuminator of mankind. Since Bailey's global, worldwide occult group, the Lucis Trust, reveres Lucifer and the illuminator of mankind and also promotes Freemasonry, which is with its Egyptian religion. That Lucis Trust was first incorporated in 1922 as Lucifer Publishing. 322/22. The Inferno network system is designed to enable TVs, radios, phones, and other electronic products to become interactive and tied in. In Crane's, formerly Crane's New York business, appeared this advertisement July 1st through the 7th, 1996. Lucent looks for space. And it says Lucent Technologies, the 21 billion former equipment division of AT&T, is cruising Manhattan for space. The company has already signed a lease for 40,000 square feet at 666 Fifth Avenue at a rent estimated in the high 30s per square foot and is now looking for an additional 150,000 square feet at Financial Square in downtown Manhattan. Cushman and Wakefield represent Lucent. Cushman, and then you got Kushner. Wow. The landlords, Tomatomo Realty at 666 Fifth and Paramount Group of Financial Square are acting on their own behalf. Thanks to Tex Mars for the above information. Wow. That's some crazy stuff. So we go over here, and here's Nokia. And it's a Finnish multinational telecommunication, information technology, and consumer electronics company, founded in 1865. Nokia's headquarters are in Espoo, in Greater Helsinki metropolitan area. Nokia employed approximately 100 in 2018. Nokia employed approximately 103,000 people across 100 countries. Did business in more than 130 countries and reported annual revenues of around 23 billion. 23, number 23. It is the world's 415th largest company measured by 2016 revenue, according to Fortune Worldwide 500, and having peaked at 85 place in 2009. Okay, so anyway, when you look down here, their current operations is Nokia Networks, Nokia Technologies, Nokia Bell Labs, and so on. But we will focus on the two there: Bell Labs and Nokia Technologies. They specialize in advanced sensing solutions, interaction methods, nanotechnologies, and quantum technologies. Imagine that. Quantum. Nokia Technologies are also provide public participation in development through the Invent with Nokia program. All right. So, and then you have the Bell Labs, which used to be Lucent. See, Alcatel Lucent. Yep. The Lucent Technologies. Says Nokia Labs. It's a research and scientific development firm that was once the research and development arm for Bell Systems, which became Lucent Technologies. Yep. And AT&T also. Founded May 12th, 1865, 154 years ago. If there's more videos to watch, we'll probably wind this up soon so I can get some kind of sleep tonight before sunrise. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Hey, man, Timon. Haven't seen you in a while, man. Good to see you. I'm just hanging on by a thread over here. My plate is so full and my mind is so overwhelmed with crap. Crap going on, crap about to happen. I'm not talking about personal stuff now. What I'm talking about. Keep my sanity. Just going. So let's check out this real quick, the secrets of Revelation. Yeah, it is, Matt, I know. Yeah. Anything like Lucent, you know they're loyal to Lucifer. Illuminati.
Evangelical Christians around the world waited, and again, the end did not come. So some believers reinterpreted the prophecy. They proposed that the Antichrist must desecrate the temple in Jerusalem before Jesus would return. But there is a problem. There is no temple to desecrate. The Romans sacked it in 70 AD. So in order for Jesus to return, the temple must be rebuilt.
He's desecrating the temple. We are the temple. And he's definitely desecrating that.
In the way is the Dome of the Rock, the third most holy mosque for Muslims. But raising it would risk holy war.
Jesus has to come back. And we want him to come back soon, and he can't come back till the temple is rebuilt. So get the heck out of the way and let us rebuild the temple. That's the mentality.
He can come back without the temple being rebuilt.
But it's powerful. It's prolific. It's our religion.
But
it's our culture.
There probably will be a tower built before he comes back. I mean, a tower, a temple, just because they think they need it, and the Jews are going to fall for the Antichrist. You know. Anyway.
Sure. And it's sacred to us.
Christian groups donate millions of dollars a year to Israel. And nowhere is that support stronger than in the United States, where evangelical beliefs continue to gain in popularity. Millions of young Americans today believe they are living in the last days. The second coming is near.
Yep. There's proof now.
In megachurches like Guts Church in Tulsa, Oklahoma,
I
the
like
message of
megachurches.
Revelation is being preached in all new ways.
The church, we just thought about taking our approach to younger people and to people that weren't attracted to church. You've got to make it enticing to them. You've got to make it attractive to them.
No, that's selling out. Like all that crap.
Condemn non-believers to eternal hell and bless believers with everlasting life.
That we're in the end times. Things change so rapidly, and things are becoming so intense, and things are so passionate today that something has to happen.
We're at the end of the church age. All right, with that there, I want to go and play this one. I've been waiting to play this. This is probably the last one. Let's see. think this is it. Bear with me if it's not. Yes.
There's a church in the city of Bethlehem. It was built on the spot where Christians believe Jesus was born. It's called the Church of the Nativity. If you consult UNESCO's list of World Heritage Sites or ask travel expert Rick Steves, both will tell you that the church is in Palestine. But when a question about the church's location came up during a round of Jeopardy in January 2020,
Built in the 300s.
It's so dark in here. It's, aha, here it is. I just took some kratom just a little while ago. Yes, of course, kratom is okay for you, good for you, and it's healthy. I mean, it's not going to hurt you. Yeah, definitely. I definitely think kratom is worth taking. Just watch the documentary called Leaf of Faith, not Leap of Faith, Leaf of Faith, and you'll be sold on kratom after you watch that. I guarantee it. I've shared the trailer on here before. I might even upload the whole thing up, for that matter. I can't remember the whole documentary.
AD, the Church of the Nativity.
What is Palestine?
No.
What is Israel?
That's it.
that answer set off something of an internet firestorm. That's because what you call this land, and who controls it, is at the center of a decades-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. But more recently, there is also a third group that is becoming more and more influential here and throughout the Middle East: American evangelical Christians. Today, evangelical Christians are one of the most politically powerful voting blocs in the United States. And in the Trump administration, they've been given unprecedented power. They've turned support for Israel and hostility towards its enemies into core tenets of conservative ideology. And a big part of those policies is rooted in how they interpret the Bible. In 2016, more than a quarter of all US voters identified as white evangelical Christians. One of the primary differences between evangelicals and other Christians is their relationship with the Bible.
Conservative evangelicals believe that the Bible is literally true.
Sarah Posner writes about religion for a bunch of different publications.
Many of them believe that the Bible is sort of this prophetic roadmap for modern life, that events described and prophesied in the Bible will become true.
The Bible is the most historically accurate book ever penned.
The Bible is the one book that dares to predict the future with 100% accuracy.
For even
I've explained this many times. You know, they just want to say that, well, they're just reading the book of Revelation and using it as a playbook. There you go. Yes. But God knew they were going to do that. So whether we had the book or they had the book to use as a playbook, they were still going to do exactly what they did. Because all it was God seeing what choices man, especially evil men and women, were going to take, we're going to choose to do in this time, right now, the end times. It's a record. That's what Revelation is, a vision of now.
evangelicals, the most important of the Bible's prophecies is the second coming, when Jesus will return to earth. The Bible doesn't say when this will happen, but it does say where.
This is Jerusalem. World history as we know it is going to end right here.
Greg Laurie is an evangelical preacher, one of several who meet regularly to advise President Trump.
That's
They
a
are the
clown
leaders
show
of
you're looking at
megachurches
right
with
there.
tens of thousands of members. And many of them,
Yeah, and then mega churches are a joke.
including Greg Laurie, preach a belief called Christian Zionism.
And I do not approve of Christian Zionism or the Noahide laws. They're dangerous. Hold on, my cat's sick or something. Hold on. What the hell's going on with her? You okay, baby? Oh, you gonna get sick in there? Puppy. You don't want to stay in there if you get sick in there. Poor girl. You okay, baby girl? You okay? Sorry about that. Okay. Having an issue
The
over
idea
there.
that the return of the Jewish people to Israel is one of a series of events that will trigger Jesus' second coming.
Jesus is telling us that the rebirth of Israel is a sign of the end, not just a sign, it's the super sign.
According to this
It
theology, God will reward those who help Israel and punish those who don't.
But see, they have hijacked this. The Zionist Jews have hijacked this and have convinced Christians to support what will become the beast system. This is how the beast system will come about with the Zionist Jews and their Noahide laws and all that stuff.
Jesus will be on his throne and he separates the nations. On what basis? How they treated Zion.
Let's back up. After the Holocaust, the UN divided up the then British territory of Palestine, home to more than 1 million Arabs, into 2 states, giving Jews who had been persecuted in Europe a homeland. Over the next few decades, Israel fought multiple wars with its Arab neighbors and seized much of the land that had been originally set aside for Palestinians. Evangelical Christians see that as a fulfillment of biblical prophecy.
It happened exactly as foretold. It was a miraculous act of God.
They own that land and they own that city.
Ever since, groups like Hamas have been fighting against the Israelis, trying to win that territory back. And the government of Iran has been one of their biggest supporters.
رژیم صهیونیستی درخت خشکیده و پوسیده است که با یک طوفان در هم خواهد شکست.
That's part of the reason Iran plays such an important role in evangelical beliefs about the present state of the world and the future. According to Christian Zionism, if the US wants to be on the right side of biblical prophecy, they need to do everything possible to protect Israel and punish Iran. That also helps explain why a different Bible story is also really important to them. The Old Testament story of Esther, about a plot to destroy the Jews of Persia, or modern-day Iran. The Book of Esther plays such an important role for Christian Zionists, they've made multiple movies out of it.
He has convinced your husband to destroy all the Jews, including you.
Esther saves the Jews by using her persuasion with the king. Evangelicals who are very wrapped up in this kind of theology, because Persia is modern-day Iran, they sort of contextualize this Bible story into foreign policies.
Could it be that President Trump right now has been sort of raised for such a time as this, just like Queen Esther, to help save the Jewish people from an Iranian menace?
As a Christian, I certainly believe that's possible. I'm confident that the Lord is at work here.
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and Vice President Mike Pence both identify as evangelical Christians, and both have enormous influence over American foreign policy. A ProPublica investigation found that Pence routed millions of dollars in foreign aid that had been earmarked for humanitarian projects in Iraq, diverting it towards Christian groups in the country. When President Trump approved the drone strike that killed Iran's top military commander in January 2020, it was, according to the Washington Post, at Pompeo and Pence's urging. When President Trump moved the U.S. Embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, the move had more support from American evangelicals than American Jews.
The other news swirling around the embassy's move to Jerusalem is what it could signal as part of biblical prophecy.
Donald Trump recognized history.
He, like King Cyrus before him, fulfilled the biblical prophecy.
That evangelical support isn't an accident. The Trump administration courts it. After the administration put out a peace plan that would have given Israel unprecedented control over Palestinian land, the Christian Broadcast Network interviewed Trump's ambassador to Israel.
You're talking about opening up the Bible, bringing it back to life in ways that I think your listeners could not have even have imagined. It's an opportunity for biblical tourism that I think will grow and flourish in profound ways.
The network's coverage followed his lead.
Good news in this proposed peace plan. Israel would have sovereignty over many historical biblical sites.
For evangelical Christians in America, the Bible isn't just a foundational text. It's a prophetic roadmap that tells the future and shapes the way they view the present. And for an influential group of them, that motivates their support for a foreign policy that they see as affirming those prophecies, and a president who depends on their votes.
Crazy. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. All right, maybe one more.
The Antichrist is usually understood to be a really bad guy who makes everyone worship Satan and who has something to do with the end of the world. Many Christians fear him, while others want him to show up so Armageddon can start. Here's the story behind the Antichrist. The Antichrist goes hand in hand with the Bible, so it's weird how little the Holy Book mentions him. In fact, the term Antichrist only appears 4 times, and all in the book of John. But John doesn't talk about one.
I like this guy's comment right here. He says, hey, buddy, let's get one thing straight. No real Christian fears the Antichrist or the devil. As a Christian, the only thing I fear is God. Oh, boy.
Evil guy who is going to come at the end times. He says there have already been lots of antichrists, including absolutely everyone who doesn't believe in Jesus.
But you're not a Christian, so what do you believe?
Even outside of the Bible, early Christians didn't care much about the Antichrist. While he never used the word Antichrist, the idea of a single person who would go against God comes from the Old Testament's Daniel. But Daniel did have a specific person in mind, the ruler of Palestine, Antiochus Epiphanes. He wasn't talking about a vague future evil entity. He was saying a specific person was horrible. It wasn't until 1,000 years after Jesus died that somebody finally wrote down who exactly the Antichrist was going to be. When the Queen of France asked a monk named Adso for specific details, he basically got free rein to make up whatever he wanted. The letter he wrote the Queen went as viral as something could for the Middle Ages, and for hundreds of years, what Adso said about the Antichrist was, for lack of a better term, gospel.
See, call me Dad.
The Queen was worried that she was living in the last days and wanted to know what to be on the lookout for. Adso believed that the Antichrist would show up at the end of the Holy Roman Empire. He'd be born a Jew in Babylon, and he'd be the most wicked man of all time. But he would look a lot like the second coming of Christ. He'd go to Jerusalem to minister, perform miracles, and rebuild the temple. Everyone would follow him, but he would persecute Christians for 3.5 years. Fortunately, the real Jesus would come to defeat him.
Get close to the words of the prophets.
After Adso, the medieval idea of the Antichrist was mostly set, until another monk came along in the 1100s with his own stuff to add. Joachim of Fiera was so obsessed with the Antichrist that he actually became famous in his own lifetime for being its go-to prophecy person. Other than the author of Revelation, Joachim was probably the most important apocalyptic thinker ever. He saw the end times as right around the corner. But according to Joachim, there would be many antichrists over time. Some, like Nero, Mohammed, and Sadolin, had already lived. They were antichrist more generally, but there would be a single one that would signal the beginning of the end. In Revelation, it's Gog who shows up to battle the Christians. Joachim tied the final Antichrist to Gog, using that name, and after 1,000 years, Revelation and the Antichrist were finally connected. Martin Luther started out as a monk who had some polite ideas on how the Catholic Church could improve. When no one listened to him, he published his 95 Theses and effectively started his own version of Christianity, which would become Protestantism. After that, he was locked in a struggle with the Pope, which made it pretty convenient that Luther would go on to discover the entire concept of papacy was the Antichrist. Although he didn't want to come to that conclusion, Luther was forced to when the Catholic Church refused to acknowledge the problem with indulgences and paying for salvation. He saw Catholicism, specifically the man at the head of it, as deliberately trying to undermine Christ while also trying to take Jesus' place by claiming to represent him. These things made the current pope, and indeed all the popes, Antichrist.
They're Antichrist, but they're the false prophet. You know, they're head of a religious cult, and he is, you know, trying to implement the one world religion. He's a false prophet helping the Antichrist figure when he comes, before he comes.
After Martin Luther, people stopped thinking of the Antichrist as a single person for hundreds of years.
It's the Antichrist.
The Antichrist became a thing of the past, while something being Antichrist, that is, against Christianity, was in vogue. These days, it's so common to speak of the Antichrist that older documents referring only to Antichrist sometimes have the word "the" inserted in brackets in front of it, as if the original author made a mistake by leaving it out. But the Antichrist was considered a concept, not a person in need of a definitive article.
You are the devil.
So what changed? Weirdly, Nietzsche might be largely responsible for the switch from Antichrist back to the Antichrist. In 1895, he published a very anti-Christian book called The Antichrist, and the term became widespread.
God is dead.
By the 1970s, Christians had fully accepted the Antichrist as an individual again.
Damn ads, man.
Jesus is an important figure in Islam, so it makes sense that Islam has its own version of the Antichrist. The deceiving Messiah doesn't actually appear in the Quran, but he does come up in the Hadith, which contains sayings attributed to the Prophet Muhammad. Unlike the Bible, the Hadith goes into great detail about who he is, what he'll look like, and where he'll come from. The Hadith describes the Antichrist as a heavy-set man with one eye, a ruddy face, and curly hair. He also has Arabic letters spelling unbelief on his forehead, so he should be easy to pick out of the lineup. Much like the Christian version of the Antichrist, he'll show up during times of chaos, go to Jerusalem, be followed by the Jews and others, and perform miracles. While it's unclear whether he'll reign for 40 days or 40 years, what is clear is that Jesus will return to save the day. And, according to tradition, the Antichrist is already on Earth. He can't show himself just yet. Name a powerful man in history, and it's guaranteed someone thought he was the Antichrist. There were the more obvious candidates, like Hitler, but anyone with any amount of authority could qualify. In fact, virtually every pope has been accused of being the Antichrist, along with Nero, Henry Kissinger, Mikhail Gorbachev, and Napoleon, among others.
Born in the image of the greatest power in the world.
U.S. presidents are a popular Antichrist contender. Reportedly, the first to be seriously accused was FDR, as his support of the UN was considered a bit too one-world government for many Christians. JFK was obviously a concern for some Protestants since he was Catholic, and a man tried to kill Reagan in 1990, telling the Secret Service agents who stopped him that he had to do it because the former president was the Antichrist. Believe it or not, modern science hasn't affected people's belief in the Antichrist. In a 2010 Harris Interactive poll, 14% of Americans thought President Obama might be the Antichrist. When broken down by political party, a full quarter of Republicans thought it was a possibility.
He's the most anti-Christ president we've ever had.
These weren't idle thoughts either. In 2011, a heckler accused Obama of being the Antichrist at a fundraiser, and a man took shots at the White House the same year, saying God told him to kill the Antichrist president. Historically, anti-Semitism and the belief in the Antichrist have gone hand in hand, since the assumption has been that the Antichrist would be the demonic twin of Jesus, and because Jesus was Jewish, the Antichrist should be as well.
I am not an evil man.
The idea led to a lot of hatred of Jews during the Middle Ages. If the Antichrist was going to emerge from their group, the assumption was they all must be demonic and sinister. Somehow, this connection did not disappear in modern times. In 1999, Baptist Reverend Jerry Falwell got heat for his assertion during a speech that not only was the Antichrist probably already alive, but that, quote, of course he was Jewish. When called out for his remarks, Falwell tried to defend himself by saying he only meant the Antichrist must be Jewish because Jesus was Jewish. Homophobia, like anti-Semitism, has often been connected with the Antichrist. The idea goes back to the Bible's book of Daniel. While Daniel never uses the actual word Antichrist, and in fact was almost certainly talking about a specific ruler of Palestine when he wrote it, people have interpreted his mention of a single man who would defy God as being a reference to the figure. When writing about this individual, Daniel throws in this piece of information. He will show no he's gay. Therefore, that there is any question but that the Antichrist to the most evil entity of all time, that's not important. Revelation 13.
Salam alaikum.
18:18 says, "This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666.
He said you're the beast.
As one historical source points out, the beast, who wasn't connected with the Antichrist for 1,000 years, almost certainly represents the Roman Empire. And 666 is a well-known Jewish numerical code that translates to Nero. Early Christians had every reason to despise Nero, as he'd openly tortured those who practiced the religion. There is nothing mystical or evil about the number, but the irrational fear of the number 666 is a real thing.
All I could think about was the number.
While most people with phobia are Christian, it does affect those of other religions and even some with no religion. It might present as something small. For example, if a purchase comes to $6.66, they'll grab something else to buy so the price changes. Or it can have a truly negative effect on their life, one in which they avoid the number at all costs, see it everywhere, and associate it with bad luck. Some people see Antichrist everywhere. The number 666 has been interpreted to reference the emergence of barcodes on products, the UN, the EU, even the www at the beginning of web addresses. In 1997, Procter & Gamble sued Amway because it was spreading rumors that the company was satanic and had 666 hidden in its logo. Other Antichrist culprits include feminism and the Susan B. Anthony dollar. According to a 2019 report, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church claimed smartphones were paving the way for the Antichrist. But one of the biggest concerns for the Antichrist-minded was rock music.
That's isn't that the Mandela guitar there that I thought he now had a tiny guitar, right? Matt, are you familiar with this Mandela effect here of Michael J. Fox playing the electric guitar in Back to the Future? Yeah, I thought it got changed to a tiny guitar. Did it change back or something? I don't know. Anybody else?
Entire books were written on how the noise was going to lead the kids astray. The Beatles were
okay. Wrong scene.
The damage done by Pete Seeger was, quote, impossible to calculate. The lyrics of the Rolling Stones were satanic. In the 1980s, so-called Antichrist phobes discovered backmasking. This was the idea that rock bands were putting secret messages in their music that people could only hear when played backward.
The old gods, the rightful masters, are jealous, watching mankind with a hatred that is as boundless as the stars.
Somehow this was taken seriously. Politicians got involved, and legislation was introduced in California against musicians who were said to have used backmasking to turn their audience into, quote, disciples of the Antichrist. One witness said people only had to listen to Stairway to Heaven 3 times before the hidden messages made them worship Satan. Other states considered similar bills, and one was even introduced in Congress. None passed. Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus, even more grunge videos about your favorite stuff are coming soon.
Woo-woo. Let's see if anybody's live. Besides me. System Failure 2 is live. London calling the class system limits. Hiding from Biden, Dank, Mimi, whatever. Flat Earth Fokker just ended his live stream. He was live. Slaves will be slaves. Flat Earth Fokker's been on fire lately, y'all. He really, really, really deserves some mad respect and praise and love. Definitely. If y'all haven't noticed, the earthquakes are uptick again. They're starting to get more frequent. Let's see where that goes, because they were quiet there for a little while. See what's out there. Don't see Dennis in the chat anymore. He used to come in when I was live, but don't see him anymore. I don't know. I guess he got busy making videos. Corona 1984. Ea. Cat put that out. Brian Stabley had that earlier. Fakeologist interviews Brian Stabley on the pandemic. I've missed a lot of good shows because I've just been so depressed. Oh my goodness. And dealing with things. Okay, just looking through here. Actual quarantine camps in USA out in open. That, but they are talking about, California certainly is talking about quarantining people outside their homes if necessary. Signs in the sun, moon, and stars, June 3rd through the 7th. Let's take a look at this real quick. This girl is a date setter, though. She sets dates.
Hey guys, so if you watched my video the other day, I believe it was called June 3 to 7 First Fruits Rapture, or if you have read my book, this is not going to be new information. This is just a quick review. I just feel like I want to focus on these 3 signs that we see between June 3 and 6, 2020 in the heavens. I want to go over them again because they are so important. Jesus told us that there would be signs in the heavens. In Luke 21:25, Jesus said that there would be signs in the sun, moon, and stars. And then in Psalm 19, he says, the heavens declare the glory of God. He has put signs in the heavens for us to know the timing of the events that are coming. We know that at his second coming, there will be the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from the sky. And he left us many signs also for the first fruits rapture. So I want to go over these 3 signs that all take place between June 3rd and 6th and explain their significance. The first one.
All right, let me just preface this real quick. She and many others think that the time frame she's talking about is a window for a pre-tribulation rapture. I don't set dates like that, and I grew up thinking for sure there was a pre-tribulation rapture, but most signs point to a rapture being after the tribulation, maybe pre-wrath or pre-God's wrath or something. But anyway, all right. So, but she's definitely shouldn't be trying to set rapture dates, specific dates, and she does that a lot.
One is the sign of Venus. Venus is mentioned in the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, and it's
Every time I try to get back into writing music mode, it's like something tells me no. no, you can't do it. I mean, I know how to write music. I know how. I was a lyricist. I definitely can rhyme, and I was a poet. I mean, I have no problems with creativity. It's just something does not allow me to just get in that mode and stay there, long enough to do a whole song or something. I don't know, man. I've lost the desire, I guess, in music to do with music. I've seen so much of the horrible, evil side of music that, oh my goodness, man. Yeah, I don't even know if I can have that conversation right now, but I love music. It's in my blood, and I come from a long line of singer-songwriters and musicians. There's that. I just don't. I'm in a real funky place right now. With so many crazy things going on in my life.
Translated as Lucifer in the Vulgate Bible, Venus has an 8-year orbital pattern which forms a pentagram upon completion.
Lovely.
This pattern started in June of 2012 and it ends in June of 2020.
The book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. Let me back that up. All right.
12 and it ends in June of 2020 between the horns of the constellation Taurus, which is the golden calf. This transit of the sun that started to form a pentagram began on June 6, 2012 and will end on June 3rd of 2020. So this amazing sign the Lord has given us in the heavens shows the completion of the age of grace and the start of God's judgment on the earth, when Lucifer is finally given back the authority that he lost and can do as he pleases on the earth without restraint. This sign fits perfectly with the first fruits rapture event taking place between June 3rd and 7th in the fulfillment of the Feast of Pentecost. My belief is that something will happen on June 3rd or 4th, some sort of shaking event. Could be something hitting the earth.
I'm going to keep my personal thoughts. I was going to say something, man. I'm telling you. Oh, boy. My grandson is due on June 6th. And so far, it's still on scheduled time. I hope he's born on the 5th or the 7th, not the 6th. 6/6. Yeah, no.
I believe this is correlating with Revelation chapter 12, when the devil is thrown down, cast down to the earth, and he goes after the woman, but then the woman is taken to a place prepared for her by God. This is the rapture. Revelation 12 talks about how the devil comes after the woman with a flood, but then the earth swallows the flood. This, to me, is symbolizing a tsunami, a huge tsunami. I believe...
I just got goosebumps and hair sticking up. Whoo, my goodness.
There could be something hit the earth on June 3rd, or possibly it could just be a nuclear war that starts. I don't know. But I expect a shaking event to start on June 3rd.
Just don't pay attention to her date setting stuff, though.
That will lead to a 3-day period of darkness on the earth of some sort. And then a rapture event on June 6th, or possibly 7th in some places.
All right, I got it. All right, I got to tell you. For years now, I've felt it and said that I would not live long enough to see my first grandchild. And here come the goosebumps again. My first blood grandchild. I mean, obviously, I'm a step grandfather right now, but that, we know that doesn't count. I did not father that child, but yeah, crazy, man.
It could be as late as June 7th. The second sign we see is the lunar eclipse on June 5th.
Wow, that's crazy.
And I want to just again reiterate the 4 verses in the Old Testament that talk about this in relation to the deliverance that takes place on Mount Zion and about the day of the Lord.
Before them the earth shakes, the heavens tremble, the sun and moon are darkened, and the stars no longer shine.
And
everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. For on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there will be deliverance, as the Lord has said, even among the survivors whom the Lord calls.
See, the day of the Lord is coming, a cruel day, with wrath and fierce anger, to make the land desolate, and destroy the sinners within it. The stars of heaven and their constellations will not show their light. The rising sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The moon will be dismayed, the sun ashamed.
Let me say this, y'all. I think it's relevant now more than ever. I've often said that science, and the scientists don't know how long the sun has left before it burns up. And so, in their own words, they've said though that when the sun dies, it'll do what it's doing now. But they're not going to tell you that they know that the sun is already, aging quicker than it, or whatever. It's older than it is. It's closer to dying out than they thought. God knows when, it's going to stop shining. But it changes from it changes into a white dwarf, and from a red giant into a white dwarf, or whatever, back the opposite or whatever, and we are seeing it more white now. So it's gone from a orange yellow to a white sun, and so I know, to me, that means it's changing, and it's not on the science's timeline, it's on God's timeline. So we'll see how that plays out.
For the Lord Almighty will reign on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, and before its elders, with great glory.
When I snuff you out, I will cover the heavens and darken their stars. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon will not give its light. All the shining lights in the heavens I will darken over you. I will bring darkness over your land, declares the sovereign Lord.
So Joel 2 was quoted by Peter on the day of Pentecost. It talks about the deliverance on Mount Zion and Jerusalem. It talks about the sun and moon being darkened. There is also a solar eclipse a couple weeks later in June. The verse in Isaiah 24 talks about the deliverance on Mount Zion again, and it says, the moon will be dismayed, the sun ashamed. This is the verse that actually lists the moon being darkened before the sun. Isaiah 13 talks about the day of the Lord and that the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light. And Ezekiel 32 talks about how that the sun will be covered with a cloud and the moon will not give its light. So we see on June 5th and 6th, the moon is not giving its light with the lunar eclipse, and the sun is covered with a cloud. So this is talking about how the sun will be darkened, but it's not darkened at the time of the rapture with an eclipse, but with a cloud. So it could be indicating perhaps something hitting the earth that causes a massive cloud to block out the sun. Could be a nuclear cloud. We just don't know yet what it's going to be. But the sun will be darkened and the lunar eclipse will take place at this time. And this is a major sign in the heavens of the rapture taking place at this time. The great deliverance on Mount Zion. The third sign is, I'm going to let this man describe it. It's his finding. I don't understand it that well because I don't study astronomy, but he is showing how the good shepherd is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one immediately comes and reveals himself. As it says in 2 Thessalonians 2, that the restrainer will restrain, and then he's taken out of the way, the good shepherd. Then the lawless one is revealed. So this is what he has to say.
The heavens declare the glory of God. Exactly on the day by day, uttereth speech. Exactly to the moment. We've gone forward to the rapture day, and this is sunrise on the rapture day, June 6th. And you'll see Aries, the lamb, rises first, and then Taurus, the raging bull, again, the only constellation coming back to the earth, so he's the Alpha and the Omega. And this is going to be a great and terrible day. So on sunrise, the Lord is testifying of the raging bull coming. Now, here we are at the twinkling of an eye. And who's on the scene? It is our hero, the champion. Hold up, shaman. This is Jesus, possibly portraying his Holy Spirit part of himself. Now, watch this. I think you're going to love this. Okay. So remember the verse, 2 Thessalonians 2:7, that the lawless one, the Antichrist, cannot be revealed until he who restrains is taken out of the way. So here we got he who restrains. Oops, hold on. Hang on. Here we go. He who restrains being taken out of the way. And look what the moon testifies. Who rises when the one who raptures, the Holy Spirit with the lambs, the good shepherd protecting us, who rises after he's taken out of the way? There's the Antichrist. And we have the moon and we have Jupiter and Saturn all testifying of that. So in my opinion, this is verifiable proof that the rapture will happen at this time, which is your June 6th and 7th and possibly a couple days after that. But it will happen June 6th. See? So is it possible? It won't be this year and it'll be next year? It's possible. But again, the sorrows of death are compassing us right now. They are wanting to put the mark of the beast into us right now. They are wanting to hunt us down and vaccinate us right now with poison inoculations. They are wanting to steal all our liberty and freedom right now. Now is the time. It will happen on June 6th, in my opinion. Here's what I will say with confidence. This is portraying the rapture at this moment, and then the Antichrist coming on the scene. And a couple days afterwards, you'll see the moon is now no longer testifying of the Antichrist coming on the scene. Where's the moon? See, it's down in Capricornus. So God showed us the pattern, and most of you, like me, never saw that before. So the good shepherd, the one who comes to rapture, is taken out of the way, and the Antichrist rises. And then what comes the next day is, dun dun dun, the raging bull. And he looks mad. All right, hope you're blessed. Amen. Is that incredible? So, since all the other holy appointments with mankind dress rehearsals are displayed in the stars, let's look at what Pentecost says. Apologize, I keep getting calls. So, Pentecost testifies Taurus, the raging bull, is the one constellation coming back towards Earth. Everything else is pointing away towards Earth. And again, the moon is in the champion. It's the raging bull and the Pentecost. Now, this is what it looks like at high noon. The bull is up at the top, and the moon is right across. This is 50 days after the unleavened bread.
So I just can't stress enough the importance of these three signs. I know many of you are looking at a second Passover or a Pentecost rapture in May. But these are the 6th and 7th delays in the puzzle. They will be delayed until the first week of June. And these heavenly signs prove to us that those delays will take place, and the rapture will happen on either June 6th or June 7th, probably depending on which.
If it doesn't happen, she'll have a new plan too for some other time. But some of that information, the constellations are up there and do tell a story. I do believe that. Tell the story of what's happening and going to happen. The secret world of microwave networks. Has anyone spanned the Atlantic with floating microwave masts yet? We're not sure. Stretching between London and Frankfurt, there is a private, mysterious network that is twice as fast as normal internet. The connection provided by a series of microwave dishes on masts. Was once completely secret. Only one very rich company was allowed to use it, and no one else knew about it. A couple years later, though, a competitor completed its own microwave link between two cities, and thus the first company, not wanting to lose out on potential business, revealed that it too had a link between the cities. If a competitor had never emerged, that first link would probably still be shrouded in secrecy today. This is from 4 years ago. Similar stories can be found all over the world, but because these networks are privately owned, and because they're often used by financial groups trying to get an edge on the stock market and eke out a few extra billions, you have to dig deep to find them. for example, back in 2013, that just as the algorithmic high frequency trading bubble was starting to pop, researchers in California looked at a large corpus of market trades and found that starting in March 2011, there had been a sudden latency drop of 2.5 milliseconds between Chicago and New York. I'm sure all of y'all have heard the story before. So they, by getting their, back then, 2G, 3G, whatever it was, going, they got faster, they got to bid, got faster data for trading on the chart, on the stock market. Sorry. My other laptop just went to sleep on me, so I'm going to have to pull it back up now. I shouldn't have let it sit there so long by itself. All right, so, yeah. Now we're bathed in 5G. Will be soon. So sick. I'm so sick and tired of living in this crazy evil world. Oh dear. And when you see transmitting over microwaves, now earlier I put disadvantages of it or dangers, and you just don't get much. There's so much crap, propaganda and fake lies and misinformation. Radio waves and microwaves, physics, revision of science. They are absorbed by water molecules. How well depends on the frequency energy of the microwaves. This is 10 years ago. That's why the chemtrail then. Chemtrails probably carry their waves farther. They are reflected by metal surfaces. They heat materials if they can make atoms or molecules in the material vibrate. The amount of heating depends on the intensity of the microwave radiation and the time that the material is exposed to radiation. They pass through glass and plastic. They pass through the atmosphere. They pass through the ionosphere without being reflected. They are absorbed by water molecules. How well depends on the frequency of the microwaves. Transmission is affected by the waves effects such as reflection, refraction, diffraction, and interference. A microwave frequency energy can be selected with which is strongly absorbed by water molecules, causing them to vibrate and increasing their kinetic energy. This effect can be used to heat materials containing water, for example, food. If the most strongly absorbed frequency energy is used in a microwave oven, it only cooks the outside of the food because it's all absorbed before it penetrates the foods. So the frequency energy used in a microwave oven is changed slightly to one that will penetrate about 1 centimeter into the food. Conduction and convection processes then spread the heat through the food. Our bodies contain water molecules in our cells. Microwave oven radiation will heat up our cells and is very dangerous at high intensity because it will burn our body tissue. Radiation is kept inside the oven by the reflecting metal case and the metal grid in the door. When they get all that 5G up, we're going to be trapped in the middle of all this stuff. We're not going to have, unless we walk around with metal suits on, tinfoil, jumpsuits or something. We're going to be bathing in it. Microwaves sent through the atmosphere will be absorbed by water so that they can be used to monitor rain. What the hell? The weaker the signal reaching the detector, the more rain the microwaves have passed through. Wireless technology uses microwaves and radio waves to transmit information. Advantages are we can receive phone calls and emails 24 hours a day. No wiring is needed to connect laptops to the internet or for our mobile phones and radio. Communication with wireless technology is portable and convenient. Microwaves can be used to transmit signals over large distances if there are no obstacles between to reflect or absorb the beam. Like us, absorb it. See? Yeah. 5G. Another way to say this is that the transmitter and the receiver are in line of sight. One can be seen from the other. This is why the transmitters are positioned high up, often on tall microwave masts. They cannot be spaced so far apart that, for example, hills and the non-curvature of the Earth stop the beam. No curvature. All right. Microwaves are. Sorry, I can't see the chat right now because let me get my other computer back up. Get your leather jackets out. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Tesla hats. Stars are a sky plot. Okay. Hopefully I won't forget this time. Is it 4:20 yet? No, it's not. It's 3:58. All right. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. And there's actually 5 of y'all now. Wow. All right. I feel special. Oh, dear. So, let's see. Microwaves are used to send signals to and from satellites. You mean the ones hanging from balloons? I can't even read the rest of that part. When microwaves are transmitted from a dish, the wavelength must be small compared to the dish diameter to reduce diffraction, the spreading out of the beam. The dish is made of metal because metal reflects microwaves well. Mobile phones use microwave signals. The signals from the transmitting phones reflect off metal surfaces and walls to communicate with the nearest transmitter masts. There is a network of transmitter masts to relay the signals onto the nearest mast to the receiving phone. Mobile phones have not been in widespread use for many years, so there is not much data, well they have now, about possible dangers of using them. They'd love to say that. Oh, we didn't do any studies. We don't know. They're dangerous. And just like the head of the FCC said, we're not doing any studies on 5G. It's just coming on out, Hey, Rick, how's it going? Good to see you, Rick. So, yeah. There's that. They don't care. They know it's dangerous and they don't care. They're going to use it against us. For sure. Always. Anything they can use against us, they will. Low intensity microwave radiation from mobile phone masts and handsets may be a health risk, but there is a disagreement about this. Yeah, the only reason there's a disagreement about it is because greedy people want to make money off of the crap, and they want to use it to control and track us and enslave us. Come on. Wow, that's how it ends. Mobile phones have not. Okay, let's see. The danger of using them. The transmitter is held close to the user's head, so microwaves must have a small heating effect on the brain. There are questions about whether this could be dangerous or whether it's not large enough to be a problem. So far, studies have not found that users have suffered any serious ill effects. Bullshit. There may also be a risk to residents living close to mobile phone masts. Yes, now more than ever because they're using 5G. And then it says the low intensity microwave radiation from mobile phone masts and handsets may be a health risk, but there's a disagreement about this in the end. But anyway, that was a good article. I mean, at least it's honest. I imagine if I play the video, it's just going to be what I just said.
Hi, welcome to another video from visionscience.com, radio waves and microwaves. Radio waves are the lowest energy, lowest frequency, and longest wavelength electromagnetic waves. They produce when an alternating current flows in an aerial, and they spread out and travel throughout the atmosphere. Because they're not strongly absorbed by the atmosphere, they're a good wave to use. Another aerial acts as a receiver, and the waves produce an alternating current within it. The frequency matches that of the original radio signal, and anyone with a receiver can tune into this frequency and pick up on the radio waves that were sent. This is why they're suitable for broadcasting, for example, radio and TV programs. The advantage of this means that it does not require physical cables to communicate information. The disadvantage, however, is that radio stations using similar transmission frequencies sometimes interfere with one another. The common mistake is to think that we hear radio waves. We only hear electromagnetic radiation. The radiation is used to carry a signal that is converted back into a sound by the receiver. Medium.
Okay. We just about covered everything I think that I wanted to cover tonight. Let me look over here again. Whoa, slow down. Well, I am running 2 laptops, so I guess that's that. We saw all these. From Babylon to America, the Prophecy movie by School for Prophets. Live show videos. Make sure we saw all those. I need some music, so we're gonna play some truth music in a minute. Something. All right, so yeah, I think I played all this stuff. I'll play this real quick. Plain Truth, I guess, shared this, and I shared it on Facebook. If I were to take about a stop, please. Okay. If I were to walk down to the bay, which is less than a mile from my house, and I got in a boat and went across the bay, I would be right where this fire is going on. They've been talking about in the news and stuff, Santa Rosa, Florida, Milton. This is, you know, the other day I left here and was going down the scenic highway, which goes alongside the bay, and I could see the huge. It was the first day, I think, of the fire, or the second day maybe, of the fires that are going on, and it was crazy, big plumes, and so this is some footage of these fires that are going on still. Just actually, Interstate I-10, which is right down the road from my house, also a mile down the road, was closed at some point because of smoke from this fire. A lot of this property, where at least where they're not houses, I think is government owned, to military or government. But there's a lot of rich houses and stuff that were taken out. Now this person's saying that they use direct energy weapons do, but you can see now all these trees are charred. Now the flames might not have gotten all the way to the tops there, but I mean there's definitely, you can see where the fire spread and got these houses, you know. Where in California, I don't know, it is, some of that does look like the California stuff, but in California you didn't see, even the trees were not even really burnt, you know, as bad as these were. So it looked like individually, you know, houses were individually targeted, you know, or whatever. But this is a huge area here. I mean, massive area. It's burning still. Yeah, you got a glimpse of the bay of there a second ago. That's just right. I live right across it. That same bay right there, it's Pensacola Bay, Escambia River flows into it or whatever. Let's see if it shows it here. That's it out there in the back. Out there, you can see, you know, there's water. Anyway, during Hurricane Ivan, and I was living even closer to the bay then, so where I'm less than a mile now, I was like less than a quarter mile. I was less than the eighth of a mile from the water. And anyway, there was 40-foot waves out there. Where you see water right there, there was 40-foot plus waves out there on the bay, and it took out Interstate I-10. I mean, literally, it was like a scene out of the movies. Trucks and cars falling off. It took out the huge bridge. It was incredible. That's I-10 right there. They just showed you a little bit of it. This video is not doing justice, though. I mean, on showing, you know, how big the fires are, because it's still going to. But anyway, yeah, that's just down the road from me. Made national news anyway. But yeah, it is my fire season now. You're right. I mean, Florida has fires, wildfires, and controlled fires, and it's been real windy this spring. It's almost strange how windy it's been.
Need a professional logo for your brand?
Wow.
Hey guys, welcome back. CFP here with Survival Living. Now today's video is going to be a Preparedness 101. We're starting a new series up on helping new preppers on where to start with their preps. First, I want to go over why start prepping. Well, number one, we do not know what events may unfold our planet. We have plenty of ideas. We have seen a lot of bad things throughout history of mankind. There's a lot of things with natural disasters, earthquakes, hurricanes, food shortages due to crop failures, to war, pandemics, just to name a few of the disasters we prepare for. One of the first things all preppers should start with is dry goods. Dry goods are shelf-stable food that lasts a very long time if stored correctly. Even just vacuum sealing them up, they last for several years. Of course, one of the key components that we use as preppers is dried goods is beans and rice. Beans and rice is pretty much the backbone of your pantry with a preparedness level. There's so many different types of beans you can be purchasing. Always recommend purchase things that you usually eat. All right. If you don't like peas, don't buy peas. If you don't like black beans, don't buy black beans. Buy your usual foods that you do like.
Buy beans.
And of course, rice goes hand in hand with beans. Rice you can do a lot with. You can add meats, you can add beans, you can put it in just about anything as a filler. The combination of rice and beans, they say it's a complete meal. Well, technically it is. There's a lot of good calories. You can have your proteins. There's a lot of good stuff with rice and beans. Now, in my area right now, you can purchase 20 pounds of rice for a little under $9. That's a lot of meals. And if you're tired of just a bland tasting rice, we use those bouillon cubes, the chicken, the beef, to add extra flavor into our rice. If we just eating rice alone, it does add flavor. So think about that too when you're purchasing your rice. Next up is our canned goods. These are your normal canned foods, your vegetables, canned meats, canned noodles. There's even canned macaroni. Speaking of, Chef Boyardee has the raviolis. All these things last for several years, okay? The best buy date is not an expiration date. That is a best buy date. Your food will last a very long time as long as you keep it stored correctly. And of course, number 3 is water. Water is very important. You need to have water on hand in case power shuts down. Water supply, if you're living in the city, becomes contaminated. Having water on hand is key for survival. Now, I've done videos in the past where I have showed our supplies of water using 2-liter soda bottles, gallon milk jugs that have been washed out. There's been a lot of controversy in the prepper community. These things don't last. What about BPA leaching? They work just fine. All right, I've had them for several years. I keep an eye on my containers. If they start to leak, I replace them with another container. Okay, they work out very well. I can tuck them away in a cabinet somewhere. They last a long time. But on top of storing water in containers, you should also think about designing a rain catching system to collect rainwater that you will have to purify out later. Basic purification with that is running it through a screen setup. You're just catching your major debris, running through a activated carbon filtration system. You can use regular charcoal from a fire pit. So your charcoal from your campfire, that can be used for water filtration as well. Don't use the grill charcoal that you buy at the store that has the lighter fluid. Don't use that. You're going to get sick. Charred wood, getting the charcoal from that is a filtration. But taking it a step further, getting an in-home filtration system like the Big Berkey. Yes, I know they are expensive. They're a good in-home filtration system to filter out water. I highly recommend a personal filtration system. The Sawyer Mini is a very good one.
Better than the Life Straw.
I've seen a lot of people using Life Straws. We have Life Straws, but we keep those back for bartering purposes, mainly because for the same price, right at the same price, I can get a Sawyer Mini. It filters out more gallons than a Life Straw does. I believe a Life Straw was rated at 200 gallons compared to the Sawyer Mini was at 100,000 gallons. Now, both of those filters do not filter out viruses. The Sawyer Mini and the Life Straw won't work against viral-borne pathogens inside water. But along with your water filtration system, pick you up some Pool Shock. Pool Shock lasts a very long time compared to bleach, household Clorox bleach. Once you open it, it will expire, I believe it's 6 months after opening. So keep you some Pool Shock on hand. You can treat your own drinking water with that. You ever went swimming in a pool and accidentally drink some water? Sure, it's a little harsh, but it didn't kill you, now did it? But anyway, guys, I hope that you're enjoying this new part of our channel. We're going to have many more videos. We're going to take step-by-step procedures on prepping, especially the newer preppers. I've been receiving a lot of emails about where to start. Should I buy this? Should I buy that? Hopefully this new series helps that transition into prepping, makes it a little bit easier for everyone, because I understand it does get frustrating when you first start. I remember when I first started, I bought a lot of stuff that turned out wasn't the correct idea to be buying. So in future videos, we can be discussing the long-term food storage items, the legacy, the mountain house, things like that. And we'll cover that in future videos. But
much better result praying and having your house in order and your temple in order. But like I said, even some Christians like to prep, some, believers, whatever. I'm not going to knock anybody for doing a little prepping. You can always eat it at some point or drink it or whatever, or you can, or somebody in your family or somebody, it'll help. You can help somebody with that, having extra. But I'm not saying go out and spend all your money, on prepping and buying tons and tons of stuff. But even just prepping for power outages and stuff, storms and stuff, having a little extra is not bad. But now, if it hits the fan, and when it does, most people know, or if they don't, that the Mormons are serious preppers. So it'd be a good thing to head to Utah if you get hungry, because the Mormons out there prep extensively and have just tons and tons of food, and probably weapons and everything else too, for that matter, water and everything. So yeah, there'll be a lot of people heading that way. Excuse me. Let's see who that is. Defango, whoever Defango is. Corona debunked by biochemistry. ODD put that. ODD TV put that out yesterday. I don't know if y'all got to see that awesome video provided by Space Busters. I don't think I've seen it yet, but a lot of y'all probably have or whatever.
Disclaimer. The purpose of this film is not to give you professional Rockefeller propagandized medical advice regurgitated from controlled big pharma textbooks. Consult your nearest Rockefeller licensed doctor for any such drivel. Esoteric biochemistry. The secret. Potassium versus poison. COVID-19 and coronaviruses are not what we are told they are. Even our ancients knew this. The big secret and even bigger joke is, if you are afraid of COVID-19, you are simply afraid of yourself. Our medical books tell us that respiratory syncytial viruses, such as adenoviruses and coronaviruses, are outbreaks of the common cold due to respiratory syncytial virus peak during the winter and spring months. While in the one breath, these medical books tell us that coronaviruses are just the common cold, in the other breath, we are told we still don't really know the cause of the common cold. From now on, we doesn't mean you. Just because this knowledge is forbidden, occulted, and hidden from our doctors and virologists and their Rockefeller-controlled medical curriculum does not mean this information isn't known. It's time we all lift the veil and learn. Know thyself, heal thyself. Notice that the etymology of the word virus comes from the 1300s, from the Latin word virus, which means poison or poisonous fluid, which comes from the Old Irish Aryan Hyperborean fi and the Welsh gwi, which means poison.
Well, I know that all too well from being poisoned by my wife. Wow.
Tiny, flying, invisible unicorn bug. A look at any esoteric or even regular biochemistry book from before Rockefeller-controlled medicine took hold, such as this one around 1932, shows that viruses don't even exist, and the subject of virulent diseases is short and to the point. Not because they didn't know any better, but because they already knew what it really was, and Rockefeller and Carnegie could not profit from the simple cure, potassium. But what does virulent mean? It means full of corrupt or poisonous matter. Why is it that COVID-19 or every other flu or common cold kills the elderly and our babies, but puts the rest of us on a couch for a few days? It's because oil is truly a fuel, a solvent, a lubricator and purifier for man's body, as well as machinery. And you thought the Rockefellers only dealt in oil for your automobile? Guess again. Oil's value as a medicine was well known by our ancients. Its recognition as a neutralizer of poisons or viruses is proved by the following quote from the Odes of Horace, like poison loathes oil. We discovered in the 1930s that leprosy can be cured by the use of a certain oil. Why does the fake COVID-19 look like it targets the elderly? In old age, the human body is very low in oil and hence looks dry and shriveled. Skin, hair, intestinal tracts, and bones all require their full quota of oil. The fluid in the lymphatic glands or lymph system must have sufficient oil.
People age. They try to find ways to preserve their appearance, and a Florida woman says she has found the fountain of youth.
News Channel 5's Tanya Rogers joins us now with this special report. Tanya?
Well, Jane, Jan, and I have had several people ask me, how old is she? She is a grandmother, and she is eligible for a senior citizen discount. Her quest started because she wanted to feel healthy and have lots of energy, but she has reaped more benefits than she anticipated. And here we have some ginger. Annette Larkins shows off her garden in her Miami-Dade County backyard. It's full of fruits and vegetables. Every corner of her garden has something that is edible. And I've been eating them, and they're so good. She also collects rainwater to drink and water her plants. Annette says the food in her garden is her fountain of youth. I'm very vibrant. I have lots of energy, as I told you before. I'm up at no later than 5:30 in the morning as a rule, and I'm ready to go. Annette's husband owned a meat store in the 1960s. That's when she became a vegetarian. But as the years went by, she became a raw vegan. She does not eat any animal products. Her food is unprocessed and uncooked. My diet consists of fruits, nuts, vegetables, and seeds. I do a lot of sprouting of seeds. And as you can see from my garden, of course, these are the raw foods that I eat. Annette also juices fruits and veggies. You name it, she can juice it. Grapefruits, pineapples, even spinach. But not everyone in the Larkins family eats and drinks this way. Annette's husband of almost 54 years chose to continue to eat the way he did when they were first married.
I really wish I would have did what she's done.
Amos Larkin says people even wonder if Annette is his wife.
They'll ask me, what am I doing with a young girl? Or they'll say, you got your granddaughter with you, you know, and things like that, you know.
Amos takes prescription medicines daily for high blood pressure and diabetes. Annette says she doesn't even take an aspirin. Because friends and strangers kept asking her questions about her health and youthful appearance, she decided to publish 2 Journey to Health booklets, and she produced a DVD 12 years ago. Discovery Channel, they took sections of the booklet and translated them into Spanish, which, by the way, is my second language. So how old is this size 4 beauty? Annette just turned 70 years old. Wow. This one lady who is my age, she said, you know, was telling her friend that I used to tell them about eating and they wouldn't listen. And her reply was to that, or her response to that was, look at her now and look at us. She's
an amazing person, though. Oh, man. I mean, really, she do everything. I mean, build computers. Oh, she's make all her own clothes, grow her own food, speak 3 languages. You know, it's amazing.
Now, Annette has been eating completely raw for 27 years. And we want to remind everyone, no matter how old you think she really looks, she changed her lifestyle to feel better and have a good quality of life. And her husband says, I wish I had done what she did. And I said, well, is it too late? He goes, yeah, it's too late for me.
She looks fantastic. But in this day and age, you know, a lot of people ask me, has she had plastic surgery?
She hasn't. She said she hasn't had any plastic surgery. She said, but never say never. Because she said, maybe when I'm 80, I might change my mind. But she hasn't had any plastic surgery. And it's really neat because he says she's so beautiful. And he says when he wants to get help when he goes to like the grocery store or something, he says, Annette, you walk in front of me because you get all the attention and then I'll be able to ask the questions.
Works out in his favor there.
And her kids, her 2 boys are in their 50s, early 50s. Yeah.
How was the orange juice? I saw you tasting it.
It was very good. And she literally drinks all that through like a week or 2 weeks. Yeah, it's
amazing. It's a full-time job, I'm sure, cooking that food.
It is.
Great story, Tanya.
Very enlightening and eye-opening. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you think Annette's worried about COVID-19? It is said that the ocean contains enormous quantities of Kali-sulf, or potassium sulfate. In addition to the other 3 combinations of this potassium salt, it is highly electric. Liebig stated many years ago that potassium is the essential alkali of the animal body, and this is true of the human body. In combination with sulfur, it forms oil, or Kali-sulf, potassium sulfate. What do you mean, alkali? A carbonate or hydroxide of an alkali metal, slippery like oil, caustic and characteristically basic in reactions, any of a various soluble mineral salts found in natural waters and arid soils? Do you mean like hydroxychloroquine or chlorine dioxide? No! Is this why Rockefeller-controlled Big Pharma immediately labels the term quack to any virologist who insists things like, my bottom line still holds the truth that the terrain or internal environment is everything, and the germ or so-called virus is nothing. The germ or so-called virus can only be a symptom of cellular breakdown due to an imbalance of the delicate alkaline pH balance of the body's fluids or oils, and not the cause of that breakdown. It is said that bodies of sheep, salmon, clams, and milk contain a huge quantity of potassium sulfate. For vegans and vegetarians, beet greens like spinach, kale, white beans, avocados, potatoes, acorn squash, white button mushrooms, bananas, tomatoes, wheat, yeast, rice bran, molasses, soybeans, figs, seaweed, orange juice, Brussels sprouts, pistachios, sunflower seeds, palm hearts, pumpkin and squash and seeds, almonds,
Cashew.
watermelon seeds, dates, cashews, and walnuts contain the same. Two vegans walk into a bar. I only know because they told everybody immediately. Anyway, it is said that the body of sheep contain a huge quantity of potassium sulfate salt, which may be the reason why mutton fat is supposed to possess healing qualities. Sheep are said to excrete a very great quantity of potassium in their perspiration, and 1/3 of the weight of raw merino Spanish sheep consists of potassium compounds. Here again, we have esoteric proof that the correct allocation of potassium phosphate to Aries, the cerebrum, or the sheep or lamb sign, as well as to Virgo, the Virgin, which creates the Lamb of God, which takes away the sins of the world, as sins means deficiency and also disease. This statement is clear. Lack of potassium, or kalium as it is chemically known, in all three combinations causes virulent and poisonous diseases. Let's repeat that extraordinary statement again. Lack of potassium sulfate, potassium chloride, and potassium phosphate causes viruses and poisonous disease. The word disease is exactly what it says. It is cellular dis-ease. This is what is meant when you hear the statement, the terrain is everything, the germ is nothing. You have as much chance of catching potassium deficiency from bats, pigs, and coughing people as you do catching acne from a teenager. And we'll get into the experiments that prove this later in this film. In fact, the entire pharmaceutical and vaccine industry is based on a 240-year-old germ theory. Have you ever asked why it's still a theory and not proven after all of that time? Back to potassium. Potassium phosphate makes up the cells in Aries, the ram or lamb of God, which is our body's cerebrum, the higher God-mind brain that gives directives to our motor cerebellum to make the body do what we desire it to do and to start the alchemical processes to heal toxicity in the rest of the body. It also makes up the electric spinal cord, sensory nerves, and even the cells in our face, the lower jaw, which is one of the main toxic ejection centers of the body through nasal cavities and the mouth for lung phlegm ejection. If you've ever been down with the flu or a bad cold, you know very well how much activity is going on in this region to eject toxins, stuffy or runny nose, cough, fever, headache, etc. But you also know that if you go to the pharmacy, the first thing they do is give you Tamiflu, nasal sprays, cough suppressants, and a plethora of drugs that shut down your body's ability to eject toxins this way, leaving them running amok in your body, doing all kinds of irreparable cellular destruction. Sure, these products short-circuit the Aries sensory nerve centers to make you feel better, in the same way a bottle of whiskey and 2 grams of cocaine make you forget that your arm is broken. But your arm is still broken. We somehow accept this as medicine. By no coincidence, potassium chloride is allocated to Gemini, the twins, named after our lungs, and make up the cells of the lungs, the pleural glands that cover our lungs, our bronchial tubes, and our body's fiber and tissues. Not only are the lungs where ferrum or iron in the red blood cells called hemoglobin carry oxygen to the rest of our body, but they are also another vital excretion point for toxic ejection through the mouth and nose. We'll get back to iron shortly. In the meantime, think of the role the lungs play in flu, colds, pneumonia, and all of these so-called respiratory viral diseases and deaths. Have you ever asked, if viruses are little magical unicorn bugs, why not take a tissue sample from anywhere else in the other 90% of your wet multi-trillion cellular body and see if you find them there? Why are we only testing potassium cellular centers of the body? Shouldn't these bugs be everywhere? If they can fly, surely they can swim. But back to Virgo and potassium sulfate, the solar plexus and the bowels, the other excretion point of toxins. Surely you've had diarrhea during the flu. And the essential oils that destroy viruses or cellular poisons. People who are deficient in potassium sulfate suffer from virulent diseases and are easily poisoned by tainted foods. They should be extremely careful relative to their diet and toxic flu shots as well. As potassium sulfate acts as a fuel, deficiency in it will cause a person to feel suffocated. and he suffers greatly under certain atmospheric conditions. As the polar opposite of Virgo is Pisces, the fishes, allocates with ferrum or iron and makes up arterial blood and red corpuscles, the above symptom is usually aggravated when insufficient oxygen is obtained. Lack of iron causes depression, discouragement, and a feeling as if one were absolutely crushed, since the air pressure on the body is much greater than that within. The blood is thus poisoned and will eventually become very putrid, especially as potassium deficiency always accompanies lack of iron. Combustion cannot take place in the absence of air. An infallible modality indicative of potassium sulfate deficiency is a rise of temperature in the afternoon or early evening. The spiritual inspiration of God and man gives spiritual power and physical life. The word inspiration literally means to breathe in. Iron attracts oxygen, in which is the breath of life, that which elevates, lifts up, and inspires. As the fluid of the body becomes depleted in iron, the corpuscles, or the fish germs of Pisces, slowly suffocate and eventually putrefy. This is the true cause of cancer. Without iron, combustion cannot go on. Potassium sulfate and ferrum iron are then the legitimate cure for this putrid and virulent disease. In Latin, the word ferrum is derived from the word ferro, meaning to bear, to bring, to carry. And this is the true nature of this magnetic salt. It bears, brings, and carries oxygen, the breath of life, the Spirit of God in man. Where strength and firmness are required, iron is used. Our strongest machinery is made of it. Iron and steel are used for the framework of buildings. Its use in the body is exactly the same, for strength. Therefore, in attracting oxygen, spirit, into the body, humanity is supplied with the strength to endure, to live, and to fight for the right. And so, when we are lacking in all three potassiums and iron, we get catarrhal conditions of the head and throat, which is inflammation of mucous membranes of the nose and air passages, often with slimy yellow or greenish matter. We get stuffy colds, fevers, bronchitis, coughs, pneumonia, whooping cough, rattling and gurgling of mucus in the chest, fungoid inflammation of the joints, and even blood poisoning. Basically what you call a bad cold or the flu. This is a color-stained micrograph of an aggregation of infected red blood cells with the phantom coronavirus. These so-called infected cells are nothing more than biological transforming red blood cells that are going through pleomorphic changes due to increased acidity and a declining pH value of less than 7.2. The biological transformation of blood or body cells is a natural process that takes place in an acidic environment of the interstitial fluids of the interstitium compartments and then spilling over into the blood plasma via hydrostatic pressure caused by the buildup of dietary and metabolic acidic waste, which has not been properly eliminated by the lymphatic system via the 4 channels of elimination: urination, defecation, perspiration, and or respiration. By now, you've probably heard concerns that 5G uses multiple frequencies, including this 60 gigs, which stops the hemoglobin in your blood from taking up oxygen and being able to deliver it to the rest of your body.
Hey, Bolt Gun,
And that
how's it
many
going?
doctors have come forward and are claiming the ventilators are suffocating and killing their
Good to see
patients, not helping them. You can pump as
Welcome,
much
welcome.
oxygen into your lungs as you like, but it doesn't work if the lungs are not able to deliver it to the rest of your body. Would it be wise to start taking cell salt supplements of ferrum iron and potassium sulfate, chloride, and potassium phosphate daily, now that these towers are going up everywhere while you're in lockdown? Do you think a vaccine that contains 0 iron or potassium is going to make you immune from this problem? The point of this film is not to give you any medical advice, only information so that you can make that decision for yourself.
Yeah.
Association does not mean causation. Imagine every time you see an airplane or helicopter, you notice they always have windows on them. And therefore, windows must be the reason these vehicles are able to
Look at
fly.
that Mandela.
Or saying that
motor.
since cats share 90% of our human genes, we must be cats. Unfortunately, that's exactly how Rockefeller Big Pharma PCR tests and germ theory works.
Fuck Rockefeller.
They assume that because they find partial genetic materials in the fluids of the body's cellular potassium centers that have 80% matches to genetic materials they
Gates.
found in some other sick person, and that they claim to be viruses, even though an alleged virus has still never been completely 100% isolated and proven to this day, that they must be viruses and must also be the cause of disease because they're always there, just like windows are always on planes and helicopters that are flying. If a PCR test finds a genetic material in your fluid is a 90% match to a cat, you must be a cat.
So this
Getting
is
real
an example of how you could be misled by your observations and assume that it's a contagious process that passes an illness between people, when in actuality it is that they had a common exposure to some kind of toxic insult that caused the problem.
All at the same time in mass? Okay, look, okay, so let me just play devil's advocate. So are there things in life that cause contagion? Like, let's say, people call it the Spanish flu of 1918. Was that actually a contagious event?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because there is a book called The Invisible Rainbow by Arthur Furstenberg, and it describes that right after the Spanish flu pandemic, which, by the way, resulted in 50 million deaths.
Right.
Okay, so that is way, 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 way more than our current situation. But the U.S. Public Health Service, they did a series of 3 experiments with people. They did some additional animal experiments as well. But the experiments with the humans, they had 100 healthy subjects, and then they had several people who were sick with the flu. So what they did is they had the people who were sick with the flu cough up as much nasty stuff as they could. They put swabs in their nose to collect the snot. They even swabbed their eyeballs. So they were trying to collect all of the particles that they thought were infectious that they could then deliver to a healthy person and make them sick. So in the first experiment, what they did is they squirted these secretions into the nose, eyes, and throat of the healthy people.
Oh my God.
And out of those 100 healthy people, not one of them became ill with the flu.
Imagine
So
that.
they thought, well, we need to try harder, and they devised a second experiment. In the second
Blood.
experiment, they took the same secretions from the sick person who was coughing and sneezing and tearing, and they then injected that into the healthy subjects.
Ugh.
And once again, none of the subjects became ill with the flu. So they devised a third experiment thinking that perhaps a more natural, casual human contact is required for transmission of the disease. And so what they did is they had the person who was sick with the flu sit really close, like uncomfortably close to the healthy subject. And they had a conversation for like 5 or 10 minutes. I forget the exact time. And then after that, they had the sick individual take a deep breath in and the healthy individual take a deep breath out. And they put their lips together almost as if they were kissing, but no contact. And the sick
Ew.
person blew all of his breath into the healthy person who inhaled it all. And the results of that experiment, once again, showed that none of the healthy subjects became ill. So I've tried very hard to find additional experiments where they tested this theory about contagion of infectious agents. And I could not find any conclusive studies that proved contagion exists.
Why viral? Because the people are poisoned, they excrete toxins, they look like viruses. People think it's a flu epidemic. In the 1918 epidemic, the Boston Health Department decided to investigate the contagiousness of this. So they, believe it or not, took hundreds of people with the flu and they sucked the snot out of their nose and injected it into the healthy people who didn't have the flu. And not one time could they make the next person sick. They did this over and over again, and they were not able to demonstrate contagion. They even did it with horses who apparently got the Spanish flu, and they put bags over their head and the horses sneezed in the bag, and they put the bag over the next horse, and not one horse got sick. You can read about this in a book called The Invisible Rainbow by Arthur Furstenberg, who chronicles all the steps in the electrification of the earth and how within 6 months there was a new flu pandemic all over the world. And when you hear the normal explanations, how did it go from Kansas to South Africa in 2 weeks? So the entire world got the symptoms at the same time, in spite of the fact that the mode of transportation was horseback and boats, and there's no explanation for it. They just say, we don't know how that happened.
Germ theory has been so widely accepted as a fundamental principle that all of our other scientific knowledge is based upon. There has been no effort or funding or research done to look for an alternative cause.
And why do you think that is?
Well, from the point of view of scientists, since they accept that the virus causes the disease, there would be no point in doing other research to look at other potential causes. And so they spend their research efforts to learn more about these particles that they're calling viruses. And furthermore, the way research is done is that because scientific research is extremely expensive. So there are some private foundations with endowments that do fund a very, very small percentage of the scientific research, but the overwhelming majority is funded by government grants. And the way this apparatus works is that the different government agencies that are part of the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation, they have specific research goals and areas that they want to study. So they put out these publications that describe the type of subjects that they want research done, and that's what they're going to fund. So they're not putting out grants to look for alternative causes of these diseases because they're not interested in that.
The sad.
All right, I just put the link of that in there. There's still another 18 minutes left or something like that on that one. So if you want to see that, the rest of that, you can go check that out. ODD TV. Live. FPVE. Angel is live. Lockdown, Lawful Rebellion live. The London Eye. Take a peek at that.
Morning, Phil Beer. Hello, mate. No, okay, sorry, mate. Yep, that's fine.
Get the playback right.
YouTube, you don't mind doing Phil Beer. Hello, mate. No, yeah. This is about as far as the gathering goes.
Hello, you're having a bit break. Lovely walk on the river, mate. Put it up.
Glad you're there, didn't want to be filmed.
And then if I leave it 8, traffic's the same as it is now. I don't, yeah.
So we're saying collecting a place in the middle, but they don't seem to be hassling too many people. You can go past them. I can go right here into the park. Yeah. I've not actually walked past them yet, so they've not approached me at all.
Grassy. Trouble is, and we know what they're doing, and they don't like it. That's why they're doing all this. There was a MTV driving around the outside of Buckhouse Palace with a picture of Prince Andrew saying, "If you see this man, please report his whereabouts to the FBI." I think that might be one of the triggers. You know, the whole family threw their toys out the pram because they are owners, golden shares, Empire by Industries, who are responsible for all of this. Our common purpose, senior executive service, and the there are problems. Panic attack.
Trilateral triangle of world power.
The Trilateral, 10 to 21.
Vatican City, London Centre, and Washington DC.
When you see YouTube videos online, how do you know that they're true? Well, there's a word called trust. Information comes from American intelligence media. Michael McKibben, CEO of Leader Technologies, they wrote Facebook, but it wasn't cool.
This is live in London.
They had their stolen software stolen. All of it. In fact, he's the only one on this planet who has a copy of it. It was released by IBM in 2011. The illegal lockout. Well, that's up to you. Right. Go.
Just move them on, look. Just move them on. Oh. Squeeze behind you, mate. All right. Good man. Hey, mate.
We lost your camera again, Red.
Get back.
Can you hear me, Red? We've lost your camera again, mate.
Is it back?
No.
No, not yet.
Better?
Pointed, like it's too early in the day. I just drove, how far I've drove. No,
He's in the same area. This is
bastards want to
Jason from
kidnap me
Disbury
right now.
Friendly.
Yeah. Yeah. Or get kidnapped because I've got no idea anything. Yeah.
He's right here
I
at the
don't
same
want to.
place the other guy is.
I know what's going on, but what do you do?
FPVs.
Well, it's too. I've just travelled 200 miles to be arrested.
Liverpool.
Sorry?
Liverpool.
No, not Liverpool. No.
Sorry.
No,
This
down
is
there.
live also.
In Devon.
Devon?
Yeah, painting.
Funny.
So, to come here and to be arrested right away, it's too. No, well, they want to. They want to cart me away, huh?
It's ironic.
Yeah.
It's probably on the cards.
Well, I presume so. He's written something down. I imagine so. You know what? I'll have to check the footage because I did he actually say whether I've been fined? I don't know. That'd be interesting. I'll have to look back. I'm gonna wander around. Good luck, guys. I'll be back in a bit. I mean, I don't mind being arrested at the end of the day, but not at the beginning. You're right. Yeah, you're right there. So look at this. They're out for money today. Yeah. And I'm going to have to keep wondering because these guys are. Yeah, they said if I'm sorry. No. We're all in a group, and now if I'm seen within the group, if I don't leave the area, I'm arrested. I'm being carted off.
You're in the group.
Yeah.
And if you don't leave the group.
If I don't leave this area now, they're going to be arresting me.
So everybody in the group is going to be arrested.
Or I would imagine so. Yeah. Possibly. So I'm just going to float around. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the quicker we start moving to yeah. So as you say, oh God, I'm fuming, absolutely fuming. I always said, I encounter the police and I'll be the first to tell them to piss off, But I say I've just driven a couple hundred miles, to get here. Look at them, they're chasing us now. I have to walk around the block. I've just driven all this way to be arrested this quick. It's too early. Let's get arrested at the end of the day, not at the beginning. You're right. Not yet. Oh, I suppose to do. They never mentioned money, or maybe they did, and my head was a bit cloudy. I don't know. But they were about to take me away.
Voynich, I see you in there.
Yeah, because that's the problem. I've got no ID on me whatsoever.
Michael Healy, I see he's in there.
It just creates another problem because their rules is if they can't identify me, then they'll cart me away.
Good chat over there, I guess. He's buffering. That's that. He'll come back, right? Hopefully he doesn't get arrested. Hopefully nobody does. We'll go back over here to FPPs. 5, 6, 8, 1.
The park, and they seem to slowly walk out. dispersing people. There are a few still sitting on the walls, but the park's empty now. One or two stragglers. Someone in cuffs there. That one's been arrested. That one's been arrested, look.
Oh, you're taking someone away, are they?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
he's
yeah,
in
yeah, I
cuffs.
can see,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, he's in cuffs, that gentleman.
What's his crime, huh? Coming out for a
And,
walk.
They got an evidence bag. So one of the police has got an evidence bag in his hand. So maybe, you don't know. There's definitely spread out that way. Yeah, they're making their way a lot. So if you can see them in the distance, but they're making their way along the embankment where the entrance to the eye is. People were gathered there. I assume a lot of them were here from last week from the conversations I overheard. And the police have dispersed from this area, and they're fanning out either side, east and west, and just moving people further and further along the embankment. There are a few stragglers that have paid them no mind.
All right, we'll pause that one and get back to Jason.
Introducing Zeba, the world's first.
Yeah, it ain't working. Wow. Okay, we're over here.
They asked if I was on a walk. So I got sent to my hour exercise, and I said, yeah.
Yeah, they just took some gentleman away over there. Sorry, they just took some gentleman away over there. Yeah.
So I was here the last time, and it was very peaceful.
Mhm.
We had, they said, hey, you can't assemble, but they let us talk and assemble for about an hour.
Mhm.
And then they said, okay, now, then they got a lot more coming, and then they said, now you need to leave. So here now you have more people coming.
Yeah, that's what I said. They seem to be, they've gone from the middle and they seem to be fanning out east and west and just moving people further and further along. That's what it seems to be. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like really shocked because like if you see all the pictures of people in California or even Germany going on the street, I just thought this time around there
Yeah,
was more.
I did.
The
Yeah.
only thing we could do, I know you always say about organization, but the only thing you can do, the last time I was here with total strangers alone. I didn't know anybody. One bloke said, let's collect numbers. We collected all these numbers. So this time around, we had a group. We said, okay, we're coming. Everybody wanted to bring friends. There was a nice, an ad about it, that went over YouTube and everything. And I think 3,000 people saw it. So I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
Where is it? That's why I wore something white. White feels good. White is take the mother out.
They still went past us here. Loads of them just went past us. They're behind us. They'll be here to move us along shortly, I would have thought. And we'll walk back towards Blackfriars to see if there's anything up there.
Yeah, probably a good idea, mate. Keep moving about until there's more numbers
Yep.
available.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I don't think they're here for the protest. That's the tallest pole I've not been worried about in ages. I don't know if you caught that, but I was just talking to that group of people just there, the lady turned around and said, is that right? There's a gathering in Parliament Square this day. And her boyfriend grabbed her and said, not so loud. So I don't know if there's a secret meeting been arranged. I've got no idea. But I'm just across the bridge, so I'll give it half an hour and I'll have a wander over there.
Yeah.
There doesn't appear to be anything happening here. The police cordon that was under Blackfriars Bridge has gone. They've moved people on, and they all headed back towards Westminster Bridge. Maybe they know. Maybe they know. Maybe that's what's happened.
Yeah, there was talk about them doing a last minute change. So it's just to see what happens on the ground, really, isn't it? Take it as it comes.
Yeah. And then people I was just talking to are now had the police on top of them, so I timed that quite well. But they've got the police on top of them now, and people I was talking to, all the police that were here are now west of the London Eye, going towards Westminster Bridge.
Hopefully some of the people there is actually watching this and they can keep up to date with where the police movements are.
Yeah, they're definitely doing that. Maybe they've got wind of the fact that it's in Parliament Square and they're stopping people going that way. What I'm going to do is, I'm not sure I can go over Blackfriars Bridge. I think it's close to pedestrians. I don't fancy going through that lot down there. Mind you, if I'm walking, it's no problem. That gentleman's been moved on.
Yeah, try and catch up with those people you just chatting with, see where they're heading, because they might be in contact using mobiles.
Yeah. They've got the police on them at the moment. She's already been spoken to once. She said, apparently they asked her if she was resting on her hour's break, and she said yes, and they walked away, but he's back on top of her now.
Down there, down there, down there.
Let's have a look through these. See what's happening.
Oh no. Wow.
That's marked from system failure.
Oh, system failure, Mark.
That's marked from system failure on the floor there.
Oh no. It is Mark, man. That's system failure.
Police have just arrested Mark from
Please
system failure.
be with him, Father.
Yes, that's marked from system failure there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're moving out now.
Now, what was his crime, I wonder? Huh?
No idea. Yeah, no idea. I just walked into that. Hold your banners up, mate.
Get some of them.
Ooh, shit. Wow. They got Mark. That's crazy. Hang in there, brother. Praying for you.
Lovely.
You can hear him yelling.
He's got a YouTube channel, that gentleman.
Who's that?
That bloke that just got arrested. He's got a YouTube channel.
Yes.
His name's System Failure.
System failure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just someone people getting arrested now.
Wow.
That's that gentleman who just got arrested. He's got a YouTube channel with system failure. He just got arrested.
Yeah, he was going to try and meet
That
it.
sucks, man.
Yeah, no idea. Yeah, we was going to meet.
I think I'm gonna go now.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think Ellie. If we, do you have? Do you have a phone?
Yeah, looks like we're just fanning out looking for people to grab here, doesn't it?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I don't know what Mark did. I just see him walking through, like, and he just seems to like just swerve away, and they said, "You're under arrest, mate. You're under arrest, mate." And that was it. There was 8 of them on him.
But they recognised him.
Man. Crazy. Down with the New World Order. Down with the elite that think they can defeat us. Yeah, it sucks, man.
Is that another arrest there? Or was that Mark again?
No, that's still Mark, mate. That's still Mark. They're marching him to the van.
Unbelievable.
Wow. They got Mark right there. System failure.
Yeah, his crime, walking in public.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see all those placards?
Yeah, yeah, lovely.
Yep, yep.
Yeah,
Poor guy.
that's what it's all about. The greatest political and pharmaceutical hoax in history is what we're seeing.
Tyranny. The implementation of the B system. That was Mark again. I think. Yelling.
There's hustling that woman walking through with her child. Look at that. 2 children. Husband and wife and 2 children. He's hustling them.
Shaw, move those stupid icons so we could see better. Damn.
I don't know if you can hear that. That cop has just said, everyone here, we need to start taking details of everybody. Look, she said that out loud to scare us.
So they'll try and get you with a free strike thing, won't they, or something?
Yeah, indeed. I don't like baseball, so.
I'll just interact with the chat. Hello, Robin. This is Ingested Red live streaming from the Eye.
There's still loads of people coming through that obviously don't know that this is happening, which is confusing the police a little bit.
Well, they're saying, hey, Robin, hello, mate. They're saying in chat here, Ed, Robin said, it's okay to assemble on College Green to celebrate the E-Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, as I say, there was people out in numbers yesterday. Absolutely loads of them.
Oh, we should have used yesterday, shouldn't we?
Used yesterday, mate. We should have used yesterday.
Pulled banners out everywhere.
Yeah, should have done.
That's,
Missed a couple of
that's an idea for next time, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you say Robin was here?
He's in the live stream chat.
Lovely. Hello, Robin. I'll walk through these.
Yeah, it was okay yesterday. What's changed since yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Many yesterday. Yeah, it really does. Really does. Lovely.
V. Thomas said we reported VE Day street parties as they reported our public sunbathing.
That's it, almost dispersed now.
Yeah, I would say that line under the bridge probably stopped a lot of people actually getting there. Huh?
Indeed, mate. Yeah, that's it. That virtually dispersed now. There's probably about 10 left. The rest of the police. So, yeah. So I'm going to try and find a way over the water.
Yeah, I wonder where everyone else is heading now then.
Yeah. I'm going to try and find a different way over the water. And if there's anything going on around Parliament Square, then I'll come back on, John, but I'll pause filming for the moment. And then I'm going to go and investigate over there. Should there be nothing over there, I'm going to have a quick wander back over here to see if any more people have gathered. As you say, that line under the bridge seemed to stop everyone getting here. And there was obviously one at the eye as well.
Yeah. Surrounded it on the outskirts of it by the look of it.
Yeah, indeed. Right, so everyone, what I'm going to do is I'll sign off for now. I'll talk to you in the chat, John, about, and we'll go live if there's anything happening over the water.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. I'll have a chat with people in the chat, the live stream.
Okay, mate. Lovely.
Virus system failure arrested. Not sure, Tracy. He just got there and it looks like they were straight at him. Maybe they recognise him, or I don't know. I couldn't see on the camera really what actually happened.
No, I was just about to walk through. There when it started happening, because Mark's got an Northern Irish accent, so I knew it was him. So I knew it was Mark. He didn't go quietly.
No, definitely not.
No, he didn't go quietly. Poor Mark, man. Send some prayers and good vibes out there for Mark. System failure. Just arrested shortly ago at the London lockdown protest.
They actually say they probably recognised him. He's when I was talking to him this morning very briefly,
he was hollering as they were a bunch of police dragged him off.
He broadcast a show that was saying pre-show before London Iron Meet, so I knew he was going. And I went on there. He goes, "They're going to try and not get arrested this time." So I think he's probably known to them.
Yeah, very possible.
Yeah.
Tracy's actually calling him. She said no answer on his phone, but yeah, he's probably handcuffed.
Some drink.
It's 11:15. Only 15 minutes to go. Can I stop filming, John, and then come back on in a moment?
I'm not John, mate.
Sorry.
Can I
stop filming and come back in a moment? Yeah.
Just shut down, mate. Yeah, we'll just interact with
it.
Yeah,
it
sucks for system failure.
Where to meet now?
Sucks for anybody.
Okay, mate. Lovely. Talk to you soon.
All right, mate.
Bye-bye.
All right, so there's that.
Well, I'll just play a bit of music here, guys, and I'll be back in a sec.
I'm gonna go ahead and look for another London lockdown live channel here. See if we can find something live. EarthCam live Times Square. Quite a bit of people there. It looks like maybe if that's. Let's see. Just gonna click on it real quick. Oh no, ain't a lot of people. Normally would be probably a lot of people because it's 6:17 there, but there isn't. Okay, London Live, City Tour, London Live, London Pen. Let's check this out. Foggy. Panoramic view of London. Started streaming in 2018. Dang. It looks like they're doing a lot of construction there in London. Alright. Let's see. Come on, London protests. I hear some protests. Somebody's live at. Might be in a different language, but they're there.
Këtë muaj do të hedhim një vështrim tek rreziqet që mbartin asteroidet. Më 30 qershorin, si dita e asteroideve, po rritet ndërgjegjësimi për rrezikun që përfaqësojnë këta gur hapësinor. Jemi
Berlin live. Odd. Let's see if Jason's back. Huh? Doesn't appear to be. Wow. People still chatting, I guess, too. Oh, he's back. Okay.
So we're slowly going across Westminster Bridge.
Hey, Helen. Yes, system failure was arrested. If you back it up about 10, 15 minutes back or whatever, just, you can back it up. You can kind of see him. You can definitely hear him. If you know Mark's voice real well, you'll know it's him. And FPV Angel, their people were there and filmed it and stuff. Yeah, it sucks. System failure, Mark. Yeah, he got arrested. He didn't go quietly though.
Up your ass! You can stick your new world down up your
Yeah, I pray for him. Send good vibes his way. Poor Mark.
Stick your new world order! Stick your new world order up your ass! Woo! There you go. Look what's going on here.
Uh-oh.
Hey? Look what's going on here.
Here they come. Again.
I thought we had to keep walking. Now we've got to
No, we're not allowed to walk,
Yeah.
no.
Have a ticket, I'll get arrested.
Oh, a ticket.
You.
Right.
No walking allowed now,
So,
people.
no walking.
Exercise now banned. Apparently we're allowed to do that. They've already told us we can do that.
So they don't want to walk us on. They're herding us. They don't want. They've blocked us up there. They're herding us here. You see this, guys? Animals. That's what they're looking at us. Animals.
Yep. Cattle. Cattle were in a battle.
96.5%. He asked the question. 96.5%.
Yeah, please do try to call him when you can't later.
This is a lie propagated by the governments of the world and the world's media.
And you guys are enabling them.
Scared in their houses, and you guys don't realise that you're acting out next in Germany because we have to have a reason to be here. Yeah, I have to have a reason to be outside in Great Britain in 2020. Why is that? Why is that? Please tell me. Why do I have to have a reason? Nobody's getting ill. There's no plague. People aren't dropping dead like flies, like the scared us to be. It's a lie.
They're gonna grab him in a
It's
minute.
not contagious. Believe that. If you don't want to, that's up to you.
It's
Not contagious.
I pray for protection over all these good people.
We don't take any notice of the mainstream media because it's
I
owned by
rebuke
the same
the
people
police
that run this country
actions.
and run the banks.
What side of history do you guys want to be on? It's up to you.
We
Down with the New World Order.
We want freedom.
We want freedom.
Freedom.
Free
We've been herded here.
Let's bring some more Nazi officers to get us off the streets because it's so
What's the plan? Are we walking that way? That way, that way. What's the plan? Where are we walking? What's the plan? Can any one of you think for yourself? Are we walking that way, or that way? Where are we working? So we can walk. Can we all go that way? Can we all go that way?
I don't want to talk to you.
Nazi crap.
I don't want to talk about
Now look at them all. The vultures.
Stasi crap.
I care about 10 minutes ago.
Mm. Come on.
Which way do you want me to go? You seem to have. It could be that way, I think.
Okay, where is you know where your home is?
Okay. So I'm trying. Can't get out. Which way? We're trying to go that way. So it looks like we've been asked to move.
Don't leave now.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Okay.
So as you see, they're trying to kidnap people now.
Oh boy.
So,
I hope Jason's okay. Jason, I hope you don't get arrested,
I'm
man.
walking.
Come on.
Where are you going?
I'm walking. I said that
Bam.
way. Okay.
Text over
Well, I'm
you.
walking that way.
That's Jason of the Disbury family. He's the one streaming this.
Do you know why
Please
I'm going
protect
home?
him,
Do you know why? What's it sending me away?
The
Do you know
tyranny.
why you're sending me away?
Where is home?
Do you know why you're sending me away? Look, guys, been pushed away here.
Yeah.
So, you're in breach of coronavirus regulation.
And they can see me. I'm walking that way. I said I was walking that way. I'm still walking that way. Nothing's changed. Now I'm being followed, guys. So you can't win every battle. I'll have to have a little sneak around and walk around the other way. Yeah, and it's easy to say don't walk, stand still, but I'm being locked away a little bit too early, aren't I? You know, it's very easy to sit on your armchairs and look at this. You can't even be here as an independent journalist. So there's some guys that are here who've been asked to be moved on.
Excuse me, can we ask you a few questions?
Yeah, you can if they'll let me, but if I don't keep walking, yeah, it's rubbish. Utter rubbish. Yes, of course you can ask a few questions. That's killing people.
I believe there's some deaths, yeah.
There has been deaths, without a doubt, but there's deaths every year.
Yep.
So hopefully we can go on there a little bit further down here. Oh, no, it's not what I believe. It's what I know. It's what they find out. It's look. There's been oh God, there's over 30 coronaviruses. Yes, over 30 strains of coronaviruses. Do you know that? Do you know? Okay, so the coronavirus, there's over 30 strains of the coronavirus. It kind of like we discovered it back in 1930. That's when we discovered the coronavirus. They are testing on the PCR test. They are testing for all 30 coronaviruses, the whole lot. We've lived with 29 of them since time began, and they never shut down the whole world. We've lived with them, that many, and yet one bad strain, and all of a sudden they've shut down the world. Then not testing for the one strain. They don't have the ability to test strain. The PCR test has an 80% fail rate.
Can you tell us what you think's going on here?
Say what?
Can you tell us what you think's going on here?
I find that and you've got Bill Gates who's already made his vaccine. Stick that vaccine to you, and you. You're gonna be poisoned. Are you gonna that? Well, we're not standing for it. We know that them vaccines are poison, nothing more than poison. Okay, you seem as though that you're kind of terrified. It's never been.
Do you think there's a virus?
I know there isn't one.
Oh man, are you keeping it up? Are you keeping it this? Are you keeping it this thing up? What? I'm trying to just stay with the London lockdown thing here. Jason's has been messing up. I'm gonna try the other one that I've been following too, real quick. So there's that. Come on, Helen. But I'm really disappointed that they keep.
Whoa, sorry, was it? Is the body is having?
They keep arresting good
Questions that
people.
I really think you would.
We get rid of this chat thing. Maybe that. No, it's on his end. It's not on my end. He's just
Find that. Let it go.
It sounds like you were very certain about.
I am very certain, but am I a scientist that I can just reel off all the scientific data? No, I'd have to put the papers in front of me. But you want to? Have you researched any of this?
Of course.
Okay, tell me what you've researched. Did you know?
Let's see if they're back up.
That there was 30,
over here.
which is the common cold. I am very certain 29 strains of the common cold that your immune system needs. You need a hug from this person, that person, and to build up that immune system of yours. At the moment, they are locking people down and making people so weak in their homes.
Listen, it sounds like they just tried to point.
Okay, so he's there too.
Of the common cold, the immune system of yours. At the moment, they are locking people down and making people so weak in their homes.
APM Research, FPV Angel.
Okay,
hosting
right.
this one.
Cheers, guys.
Censored, there's no democracy. Common sense. Common sense.
Yeah, I'm not the best person to common sense. Critical thinking, that's what you need to do, but you're not. You've shed your critical thinking to believe in what the government is telling you.
That's what I'm asking you about.
Okay, so have you not done, do you not report anything? You're a reporter, yeah?
What I find curious is that, so deaths have been reported in some countries that don't have vaccines, right? How do you explain?
Sorry, is that true? Are you just making that up? Is that true? Okay, and where's your evidence that supports that? Sorry? Iran is your evidence that people have. So then there's another outward toxin. You know, I mean, like there's a ship that. Okay, so there is a ship that lots of people had suspected coronavirus, and one of the ships in the early at the beginning of all this. I don't know the name of the ship. Can you remember it? It's on the news, plastered everywhere. Do you know which ship I'm referring to? Okay, so that didn't have 5G, but it still was giving out the same frequency rate for all their Wi-Fi, and that's why they had really fantastic. It was a new type of system of Wi-Fi. Just check it out yourself.
Concentrated Wi-Fi, yeah.
That's critical thinking for you to check something out to yourself. Don't believe the madman in the street. It's radio waves. That's what it is, and it's an outward toxic. Look, right round.
No consistent streams over there.
For now.
Okay. Okay.
Getting crazy. They're probably being jammed for signal. The sun's coming up here. Wow. And there's a ton of pink in the sky, a ton of pink in my sunrise. Man, crazy. Steady pink sunrise here. So see, let's see. So that's not playing. Let's go back over here, see if we can get this one to play. They're both not playing. Wow. Okay, Helen. All right, thank you. Much love. Thanks for subscribing and thanks for saying you're going to check on Mark too. Appreciate it. Have a great day. Yep, that one's gone. Okay, and over here. Where?
My name is John Chambers. I travel deep into the Amazon jungle with my team where I am.
back up. Nope. Not working. Yeah, well, thanks for sharing it, but I can't find a working stream now. I was enjoying the coverage, but they're arresting too many people, man. I mean, it's ridiculous. Okay, we got it back.
They're a bit flustered today, you know, like there's a lot going on, and we're all just being pushed. Everyone's been. Some have gone one way, some have gone the other way, or get arrested and dragged off. What you need to do is check on YouTube as well, guys, and look for what YouTube streams. Just go London, type in London, and then filter by live, and then sort by upload. You might see what's happening on other pockets. Look at this. It's just. So you got all the right fans up there. They are taking people away. But it's got Piers came, new world order, no 5G, no fast, no depopulation.
None of that.
Of the lockdown immediately, who save those who have been left behind by the lockdown. More people are dying now in care homes and in parts of the NHS because of the lockdown. More people are dying that way than are being saved totally from home. So it's an absolute anti-democratic monstrosity, and we have to end this movement towards that new world order.
You've spoken to your brother-in-law about the protest.
I have, yes, and I've told him that about the dangers of continuation of the lockdown, and he recognises there's going to be a lot of loss of business. There's some more in there.
Give me one on the arm, mate.
Well, they're all okay, but some of them are like that one there is not more.
What did you want to do?
Yes, please, Corbin.
Hello.
I wonder what your brother's saying about this. Corbin.
Well,
proud. Pierce.
he is concerned about the effects of the lockdown.
Idiot.
Is the mega corporations.
Oh, here we go, guys.
Let's all stick together.
Let's go. Let's walk.
Let's
walk.
Please, guys. Yeah.
Did I give you a ticket?
No, not as yet. They
warning.
They give me the dispersal warning, and then the second that you're spoke to again, I think you get the ticket then, and then but the problem is whilst given their ticket, if they don't get enough ID off you, they cart you away. My problem is I don't have enough ID on me. So this is just, it's all outrageous, guys. It's shocking, and it's oh dear. How can you can't fight these guys? How do you fight them?
Right.
Yeah, it's Marilyn. How do you fight guys like this that want to suppress all this information? They're suppressing it on the streets. They're suppressing it on Google. Suppressing it on YouTube. You right there? You okay? He got a ticket, did he? Yeah. Because that's the problem. You've got to either accept the ticket or you've been carted off. Yeah. So I've been trying to avoid them, to avoid getting a ticket.
They've got to be seen doing their job, do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I bet after them on that side.
Oh, here we go again.
There we go again.
Guys, look at this.
What?
You see that?
The police.
They just can't. They can't help themselves.
Yeah. Man.
Well done. Marilyn, are you okay? Are you sure? Right. The police are still pushing us on. Oh, I haven't even got a clue where I'm meant to be going. Right. So we're having a little walk around. There's not much. Oh, I don't know. That you'll find that they're herding us, setting us up, and I can imagine another police presence will turn up very shortly on the side, a bit further up. Look at these.
I love you!
It's fake!
You too!
It's fake!
I love you too!
Supposedly die of COVID. Most of them are not dying of that, they're dying of something else. The numbers are fake. They're scary.
Oh, if people, because we shout out it's fake, and these guys, oh, look at this.
I love you too!
Yeah!
I love you!
Yeah!
Love you! I love you!
Oh, it's a shame. It really is a shame. I'm nothing against the NHS. They do a great job. All the nurses and doctors and that do a fantastic job. What I'm ashamed of is the administrators. I'm ashamed of the administrators that they're hiding this truth away from everybody. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's hey, it's fake. It's nonsense. It's fake. It's fake. It's all fake.
It's fake.
Yeah, because here we go. Fuck's sake. So, police are here.
Some jump on these.
Yeah.
Tandem to all of us.
Oh god, the police are here. Look at this. There we go. I'm gonna stop there. Stop the fucking thing. Police. Look at that. Over there they are. You can see.
Free Mark. Free system failure. Free Mark. Free Mark.
Yeah, look at this. You bastards.
Free everyone you arrested today, you pigs.
You bastards.
Free Mark.
Yeah, more police. Yeah, they're out for everyone. It's like you're going for a walk in the park. Walk in the park seems nice.
Are you allowed
to? Just, it really.
I cannot believe I'm seeing this in this country.
Can you believe this, guys? Yes, this is London. This is England. And we are.
In this term of.
Oh, hello, whoa. The police are bloody battering him.
Where?
You can see that guy. You bastards.
They're beating on somebody.
You fucking bastards.
Come on, man, get it in focus.
This is what I said. It's not just money they're after. They want to kidnap people today.
Yeah.
He's making it difficult.
Uh-oh.
Well done, guy. For all of you that don't agree, that guy over there, he's fighting. He's fighting for you. He's fighting for all of you people that are in lockdown. That's what he's doing. Look at them, the bastards.
He's going to get felony charges now on a peace officer.
Yeah. No need for it. Where's your social distancing now? Hey? No such thing as a virus when the police are kicking your teeth in.
Right.
Yeah, I think need to keep an eye
Free
out for
everyone.
Yeah, no, he still needs our help. Yeah, here we go. Right, so guys, we're off. We're off. Look at them guys. So the police are still after us. I don't know if you can see this.
This bullshit.
They're all coming into the park now, the police are. Fuck's sake. This is terrible. My red Liverpool top. Oops. My red Liverpool top is that I'm a bit of an easy target. Yes, I noticed that.
Do you know if there's another exit?
I don't know that. But I imagine just head for a corner somewhere. So look at this, guys. You know, we're being herded off. You know, you've just seen. You're not gonna. No one's going to win against these guys. Stand up. There's only a few of us. We can't stand up to these guys. And they're still, you can hear them, they're still attacking the guy. He's still fighting. Guys, if you can find this, there was people about. Try and find that footage. There we go. Police are here. Police are here. Guys, they're there. So, guys, I might have to, well, you know what? I'm going to have to keep my phone running because they're going to have to arrest me this time when, you know, not much I can do about it.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Yeah. They're on the other side of the park. They're chasing us through the park. Someone's got to shout, you know, he's behind you. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, guys, but it's not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope everyone, as many people got safely away. You wait till it all gets worse. Yeah.
Well, at least they stopped, or are they coming now again? Yeah, they're coming again. Yeah.
I no doubt the police will probably be on the other side by now. That's how shifty they are. I see it, we're walking. Right, sorry guys. Look at this. So if you've just joined us, there is no freedom of speech in England. Don't believe it for a second that you think that you are free. You are not free. You never were free. Just an illusion. What they do is give you entertainment. They give you your football. They give you your music, your drugs, your alcohol. They give you all your entertainment that you need to pacify you. You were never free. Yeah, you're right. We do have owners. You know.
Free
They're nothing more
Mark.
than
Free
cattle
system
to them.
failure, Mark. Free system failure.
So
Free everyone they arrested today.
So no doubt the
Protesting
police will be probably at the
freedom.
other entrance. You know. Dear. How far have you come, guys?
It's a good day.
How far have you come?
Sorry?
How far have you come?
Oh no, I mean from London.
You're in London, are
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah. So you're. I'd like to say, you know, try and keep the pressure on with them, but you can't win with that.
We have to let the steam out. None of us wants to go just towards arrest.
No, of course not.
You know, it's too much repercussion.
Yes.
And unless the protest is of a bigger scale, because it's not as many. It's more than last time.
Yeah.
But if it was
Was that more police this time? Was it?
Oh yeah.
That was more police.
Absolutely, straight away. Because the other time they stayed around for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Till they got the order to.
What do you think? Should we look at Parliament Square or Parliament Square?
Well.
Have you spoken to the others?
I said Parliament Square. Some of them said Parliament Square. Some of them said Parliament Square.
As long as you're prepared to be arrested, I mean, like, because they're not going to take no prisoners this time. They're just going to take you.
No,
Yeah.
just walk. Don't
Oh,
stop
yeah.
in one person.
Like we've done there.
Just carry on walking.
Yeah.
They came very menacing, but just walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just carry on walking. You know. Don't stop in certain
I don't
places.
know.
They want left them to left. They turned around and walk off.
They probably come through another entrance and that.
Just walk to without talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can walk out to the end.
Yes. They're thinking of going back to Parliament
All
Square.
right, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I encourage you to watch it if you want. Just put the stream in there. I'm gonna watch it for a little while, maybe, and then
Basically,
I'm
they
gonna
are,
go
you know,
to bed,
like
get some
forcing
rest.
us. You know what I'm saying? Like, not to walk. It was just
Thanks for
walking.
being here, everyone.
And, you know, like,
Thanks
obviously,
for
protesting
watching
freedom,
this. If you watch
with
it
all the
later,
folks, what's going on right now.
and
obviously, like, we've been
pray for
stopped, we've
Mark.
been, you know,
He was
like, they
arrested
gave us fine,
during
that's
this
fair enough, you know.
lockdown protest.
You know, like they just
Mark,
said to
this
us
is
as well,
failure.
if we carry on, that we're going to get arrested.
All right.
You know, like
Thanks
we need
again,
to stop,
guys.
You know, we need to get rid of this fear what we have.
I'll
If
be
they're
back
arrested, they arrest
live
us. So
again
what?
soon.
You know, they have to let us go anyway. You know, so just, you know, like
appreciate you all.
Fight for our freedom, basically. We do it for everyone, not
Yeah.
just for us or you guys. as well.
God bless.
Well done. Well done.
Have a sensational Saturday.
Do you know this park? Do you know this area well? You don't.
No, I don't either. But,
Is it best to go out and then go round, or?
Yep. Take care, boat gun.
Because is next at the.
yeah, come out there.